Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's a dad dash Saturday morning. Uh, if you don't know that it's dad dash Saturday morning and you haven't checked the poll yet, don't let me bias your answer. Uh, what day is it? No cheating. Uh, it's going to be this good poll right here. What day is it? No cheating. It could be Sunday, it could be Friday, where you're just eating fried catfish and other fried products, old things, some of them good, some not so good. And then it could be, what day is it? No cheating. Please stop. In other words, like, hold on. Mary, did you hear that one? I couldn't even get it out. The early morning, I broadcast for like 13 hours yesterday. The early morning, I can't even get out my John Billings anymore. Oh, God, let's try it. Let's try it again. Please stop. Please. My testiculars are just too low right now. My testiculars are all the way down there. All the way down there. Uh, and then what day is it? No cheating. What no cheating. What day is it? This was my selection. Again, not to bias your vote, and I don't get to vote unless I have Zoc accounts, which I don't. Um, but what day is it? Football. That's the third choice. Now, see, the whole time I was talking to you here, I wasn't showing you the poll, which I could have, but it's real early, and I broadcast last night till 2:30 in the morning. Why did I do that? That's a real good question. Why did I do that? It's a real good question. I did it for lots of reasons. Um, I did it because Glitch Dash is off working hard, sending his strawberry blonde curly pubes for the Christmas pube sale. He stopped in our chat. He's doing well. He stopped in with the Thomas Glitch Dash or Thomas Schubeck account, not the account they call me Glitch Dash, which is on a short hiatus. But Thomas assured us he would be back for the Halloweener 24-hour Glitch Dash Schubeck Industries latex marathon and family party. So, be real excited about that. Be real excited about that. I'm gonna be having if you know any people that hate me, if you know anybody that really, really hates me a lot, that's great. I'm gonna have a link up in the chat. This is a day where we're gonna have some open conversation. You got to show your face. You can't just put up an icon of a fried catfish and expect you're gonna get on the show. But if you have something to say, now this doesn't go for Flex yet. Flex isn't there yet. Flex can't have a rational conversation. That's okay. It's no judgment on the Flex. It goes for most people. For most people, if you come on and show your face, I'd like to talk to you. You can ask me anything too. This is like an AMA show, so you can ask me anything. You can like ask me anything you want. I won't. Not saying I'm going to answer it, and I'm not. It's not truth or dare. It's ask me anything. So I'm not going to like eat a thing of hot sauce or kiss a girl in a closet or anything. If I don't do whatever you're asking, if I don't answer your question. There will be no girl kissing around here, quite fortunately for all of us. Morning, Vartan. I've already seen you over in some other chats, Vartan. It's good to see you again here on the morning show. This morning, apparently, when I checked, was called. What are we doing here? This is Dad Dash's flexible Saturday morning quarterback family pregame tailhook. If you don't know about Tailhook, you can look that up. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of like the gig economy in some ways. I did another stellar, if you will. Let's go to my history here. Another stellar job. I'm really since I'm going with like the regular morning show. Since I've decided that I'm going with like the daily morning show, I don't know how many days in a row this is the morning show, but this is a lot of days. This is a lot of mornings in the row. It's a lot. It's like more than three, way more than three. Anyway, so looking at this one here, I was working on the thumbnails, and I'm working harder on the thumbnails to up my thumbnail game. Uh, Well, I love you too, Mary Poppins. I love Mary. I love Poppins. I love the combination of Mary and Poppins. I love everybody in the Poppins empire. Uh, Now let's make me smaller and that bigger. So now this is a real good. I like this a lot. This is a real good thumbnail. This is a real good thumbnail that I made. I like it a lot. Um, what this connotates. So this is somewhat like the calculus of sociology in as much as for example, we could, like, what are we doing? Oh, where's the? Oh yeah, that's it. Why isn't it making it bigger? No. Zoom, view, view. No, not zoom menu. Oh yeah, that's good. So this connotates, if you're looking at it here, this is representative of DoorDash and the flexibility required to be a great dasher like Kevin of Gig Chug and Thud. Um, you got to have this flexibility. You got to have this level of flexibility. You also want to be like a people person. You want to be able to speak real well, and then you want to be somehow attached to magic or black magic, wet legs, whatever. So you want to have yourself a an evil cat. You want to have yourself at least one evil cat. So if you combine all that, I'll go back to the 100% view, or we'll just fit it right there. See, we'll fit it. This is a free program. This is just Google, Google Slides. Google Slides. There's Google Sheets, Google Word, Google Slides, Google Drive. There's something else Google too that you don't even have to worry about. But oh yeah, you can do Google surveys. Anyway, so this is real important because it kind of gives you that flavor for what we're going to do today. It gives you the theme of the show, which is flexibility. First of all, haunted cats, number two, definitely about flexibility, haunted cats, and old people, senior citizens here that care about flexibility and haunted cats. So that's what we're doing so far today. Let's look over. Let's take a peek in on Gig Chug and Thud. Gig Chug and Thud. Look, Keever's working here. I doubt he can hear us. Let's tell him. Say, Keever, you're live on my show now. Pay attention. Stop being selfish. Please stop. Signed, John Billings. Now we do have Keever muted, which is funny. If he checks this, he'll realize we have him muted. Now let's take him live. Let's
I'm
unmute him and see what
driving
happens.
to things and places. Please stop.
Okay, is he talking to us? Oh, he is. We missed it. Okay, let's rewind. See how smart Kevin is.
Got that. Had to
We'll speed it up.
pee real quick,
We've
so
got
didn't
nothing in
think
the
you
time
guys
space
wanted to see
continuum.
that. Need that.
He's got no chance. We're going to chase him down in this time space continuum.
All that good stuff.
Big Chug and Thud, Keever.
All right, we are 6 minutes away. What is that? 335 or 7.9. Yeah, that's never gonna happen actually.
Wow, he's got some strong, like 50 cents a mile offers coming through.
Campus View. Where are we going? Where are we heading? We're heading to Worthington, Virginia. Sweet. It's gonna take us. Hey, my phone. Oh my gosh. Jeff Thomas Black, it is great to have you. I'm always being selfish. I'm driving to things and places. Please stop. We are professionally delivering an order here. We are 6 minutes away from dropping off our $7 order. I appreciate it.
This is Gig Chug and Thud in action.
Why is my wiper still on?
for doing. Oh shit! Look, I'm like talking to myself. I think I had myself muted. Now, Keever, you looks like you brought over both your viewers. That's great. Um, Good morning. Yeah, I was muted. I'm not real smart. I'm not real smart. I was gonna say stuff and I was reading stuff, but you can't see my mouth either. And so it was a trick. You can't see my mouth, and I'm hiding from you, much like Keever. Keever just went right off the air when I said I was stalking him and muting him, so he could not get a word in edgewise with me while I had him muted. It felt great. I'm not gonna lie to you. It felt real good. Um, It always feels good to be in control. It always feels good to be in control for the most part if you're a maniac and you need to control things like Peter. Now, let's have since Keever's going to be coming over soon. Let's get the show started for the kids. Since Keever's going to be coming on, we definitely want to get it started for the kids. Wake up everybody's family. As far as I know, last time I checked, this was a show that had a name, and the name of the show. I see you back there, Kevin. You're muted and your picture's down, but I had you muted on your own channel too, so we didn't hear you. But we did popcorn bomb you, and I hope that made you really super angry. I hope it made you fucking furious, and I hope you threw things. I hope you lost your car keys. I'm not tuning you in yet. I just want to get some shots in before I have to waste my time with you this morning. Um, I heard some really useful stuff. Now, Kevin, you kind of surprised me. Like while I was washing the cat and feeding the dishes this morning at like 6 a.m., you were going through some seriously useful stuff on Shift. I was shocked, Keever. I was dumbfounded by the useful information you were doling out on that gig chug and thud live stream that you did starting real early. Now, Keever, I don't remember. No, you weren't. Okay, because I woke up to pee around 1, and I don't think you were on. Did I pee on you this morning? Did I pee with you this morning? Was that last night I peed with you? I'm still not sure what day it is, Keever. I will remind you, anybody that hasn't pulled the poll yet, you need to. You need to get over there. You need to pull the poll. You need to vote. You need to make your voice heard. What day is it? No cheating. We need to know. We need to decide and come to a consensus as a community, Kevin. It could be Sunday. It could be Fried Day, like where you just eat a lot of catfish, a lot of fried stuff. It could be Please Stop by John Billings, or it could be football. You know where I voted, Kevin. There's no hot blonde chicks in the poll, so I had to go with the football. Um, okay, now we got to get to the business of the show of business. The business of show is show business. Everyone knows that. Why are we here? We are here because I was going to tell you the name of the show. It's a lot to do. I don't have an engineer. I'm broadcasting 13 hours a day, trying to fill in for the glitch dick. I'm pumping the holiday pube sale like I'm the Professor Wetleg. Uh, I really can't do anymore. I'm giving it, Captain. I'm giving it all I got. I'm literally giving it everything that I have and had. Probably more than I've had is what I'm giving it at the moment. Uh, so just hang with me, even though I know as an old person I'm real aggravating. I know that it's my job. I'm not as stupid as you think I am. I'm just a dad. Okay, so this is Dad Dash's flexible Saturday morning quarterback family. Let's go to this one so you can see with me. Uh, what are we doing here? Keys matter. Keys matter. Keys do matter. Be careful with your keys. Treat your keys nicely. Uh, Treat your keys like you would like your keys to treat you is really the thing any father or dad or parent would tell you. Anybody that was your coach, anything. Treat your keys like you'd want your keys to treat you. Treat your car doors. Treat your car doors and your grocery checkers like you'd want to treat you. And if you're one of those people where 99% of the time all you want to do is fuck something, get financed by something, or get fed by something, you got to really look in the mirror this weekend on football day and take some time to look inside yourself and see if you're a piece of shit. That's what you should do. Look deeply inside yourself. See if you're filled with shit. Um, that's my suggestion. This is Dad Dash's flexible Saturday morning quarterback family pregame tail hook. So it's part scandal, part pregame show, part quarterback, part Saturday morning, part football, and it's all flexible all the time. Um, all flexible all the time. Now, let's get to this thing before we let Kevin on to ruin our morning. Um, Kiever. All right, here we go. Let's do this is for the kids. This is for the kids. So this is the part of the show. If you got kids at home and you don't want them to hear the swear words, you don't want them to get scared by Kevin's hair, you don't want them to be intimidated by testicular overpay or hear any cuss words, now's the time to bring them in for the show. This is the best part. This is the community part. This is the part that's for the family, for everyone. Okay. All right. Got to put the sound up. I'll start it again. Here we go. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you mind? It's a neighborly day in this neighborhood. A neighborly day for me. Would you be mine? Would you mind? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Oh, our neighbor. Please, won't you be our neighbor? Well, that was such a jazzy ending. Well, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Dad Dash morning. It's a great morning. It's a beautiful morning. It's a morning. It's the only morning we have, so we might as well make the best of it. It's our morning. It's all we got. Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Um, let's look it over a friend. So I got a friend. I got a friend just for inspiration. It's not. It's Saturday, which is football. But I got a friend named Bigfoot Dasher, and he and I were chatting one morning, and he got this thing out. He did a quote thing. It's real cool. I like it a lot. Um, how you doing, Bigfoot Dasher? Okay, doing Bigfoot baby. Getting them cash tips. Oh shit, yeah, Bigfoot Dasher. Bigfoot Dasher had a car incident. Bigfoot Dasher had a car incident. It was intense. I forgot about that. We got to get that right. We got to go to this. We got to go to my community page. Your channel. Got to make sure and get the one community page. There's that great thumbnail with the flexibility. There's the Mr. P on you. Oh, look at this. The keys to life. This is great. You're gonna like it. Wow, this is a good video. So good. Okay, now we got to go back to the AI host. All right, now before I start it, because this is so good, this is our friend Bigfoot Dasher. Great way to start the football morning. Kiever, hi. Who else we got? We got Sam Lee in there. Hello, Sam Lee. We'll get you up there too. We're gonna take a minute, young men, my friends, to see Bigfoot Dasher just kill it, just absolutely kill the thing with the greatness. You're gonna like it. I know I'm building it up, but it's as good as I'm telling you it is. Now, let me just do one thing. I want to take the chat overlay out so I can make the Bigfoot Dasher a little bit bigger. Take them to like the full page. It's beautiful. It's good. I'm going to make me smaller. This is what happens when you produce the show and you host the show and you broadcast 13 hours a day and you lose your voice while singing the Mr. Rogers song because you ain't got no voice left. Finally, flexible tail hooks. That's right. It's fun. It's a scandal. It's a scandal a day. You get to grab all of them body parts that you wanted to grab in your dreams, and just let those scandals fly. It's a wonderful thing. Let's see if I can pay attention for 1 minute without those distracting, funny thoughts. Let's see. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go over here. Wait, what's going on here? How am I gonna? Oh, there you go. Got a lot of people in here. It's real exciting. Let's hear from our one of our favorite people, Bigfoot Dasher, Bigfoot Gaming, probably retired from the gig economy, but not retired from making our hearts swell with Bigfoot love.
Well, hello, Bigfoot. It has been a while since you did gig content, which is fine, you will be okay, but I do want you to do a shop and deliver order based off of what motherfuckers are teaching these days, okay, buddy?
Bigfoot agreed to shop and deliver, but has to get gas first.
I need 10 of one. Okay. Oh, that's alright. He knows his Bigfoot. Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
I'll tell you that Bigfoot can really pump some gas. She's a good gas pumper. Such a beautiful, beautiful Bigfoot. Such a good gas pumper.
Hello. Why don't you unmute me? We done with the video? What are we doing?
Holy crap, Kevin. I had Kevin, Kiefer. Look at this. We don't have a producer in the show. Sam Lee came into the thing, screwed me up. I got so many people up here. I muted myself instead of muting you, Kiefer. What's your comment on that?
Are you dumb?
Yeah, yeah, well,
Sorry,
I'm not
stupid.
I'm just not managing the number of tasks required to do this, and it's kinda getting me real, I feel like I might have to go punch a cereal box, while we're watching the rest of this.
Would you say you're anal, OCD, or a perfectionist?
Well, look, my cult leader, one of my favorite cult leaders, my second favorite, not my first, not my third, not my fourth, but my second favorite cult leader in the gig space is an anal OCD perfectionist self-described.
Interesting. Well, you got to take after your heroes.
You do. You gotta. You did a great coaching video this week about following people with the lifestyle you want, and if you want to follow people with the baller lifestyle, uh, you got to do that. Now let's keep watching the Bigfoot because I think Bigfoot gives us life lessons here, Kevin. Just stick with
Okay.
me. I'm going to try not to mute you or me without trying to.
Okay.
This is the part where Bigfoot was tested in self-control. He failed miserably, as you are about to witness. Bigfoot was taught this week no matter what happens to you after you accept an order is all the customer's fault, so that's what Bigfoot did. No Bigfoot was harmed in the making of this video, and Bigfoot wants you all to know he loves you all.
You know, everybody's been telling me what they think about me for the last few months. Maybe it's time I tell them what I think about them.
That was great. I had not seen that.
Kevin, I'm muted. I'm muted. I'm so excited
No, you're
about
not.
that. Tell me that's not one of the greatest filmmaking efforts in gig food you've ever seen.
That was the greatest reenactments I've ever seen since my my video of what not to do with a customer's order.
So, like, I mean, are you swayed by that video? What kind of hair game are you going to give? What kind of hair rating on a scale of 1 to 69 are you going to give the Bigfoot in the Bigfoot category?
I'd probably give him just above you, but not quite 69. We'll go 62.
Did you say 62?
Yeah, 62.
I like it. I think that's good. I'm gonna give that Bigfoot a 69 though. It's my favorite Bigfoot. I love everything about that Bigfoot. I don't look you know, Kevin, when a man truly loves a Bigfoot, it's not about like just going to the store and just seeing some squatch over there, some Bigfoot over there in yoga tights, just going like fucking look at that package on that Bigfoot or look at the sticker on that Bigfoot. It's not about Bigfoot cubes. It's not about just sexuality, Kevin. It's about connecting with your Bigfoot, and that Bigfoot to me is really the only Bigfoot for me.
Well, there can only be one.
I'm sorry, Kevin, I
There
had you
can,
muted.
there can only be one. Anyways, so.
I only need one, Kevin. When a man has the love of a good Bigfoot, you don't have to keep looking, Kevin.
That is true.
I mean,
That
you're a
is true.
family. You're a family man. You understand what the love of a Bigfoot means to a man.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes your Bigfoot can give you what your family cannot in certain areas.
Yeah, Bigfoot's been a major part of my life lately. He's a real influencer. Let me show you. Let me show you the kind of. I know that he doesn't advertise himself. Now, this Bigfoot doesn't advertise himself as a life coach per se, Kevin.
He could though.
Okay. Well, obviously,
You know what the
Kevin, listen. Let me tell you something about life coaches. A homeless guy who I really like, a nice homeless guy, but he's schizophrenic and he drinks too much. I went to the store the other day and he said, "Hey, Jeff," and I said, "Hey, Herbie, how you doing? You've been drinking a lot today." He said, "Yeah, I have." I said, "What are you up to this week?" And he said, "I'm going to be a life coach." Kevin, that's a true story. Kevin, that's a true story.
You're such a liar.
No, that's a fucking true story. Look, man, life coaches are everywhere, Kevin. It's a good,
So what do you have to do this week? And I said, I'm gonna be
money-making
life coach.
opportunity if you know how to play the right.
You know what the saddest fucking shit is?
What's the saddest fucking shit, Bigfoot? I love me some Bigfoot. Now, hold on, Kevin. I'm trying to get this right. The thing about YouTube Shorts, I have to say one thing about YouTube Shorts that they kind of suck balls in the way they work. I just want to point that out in general, that they're just fucking awful. They're fucking awful. I hate their functionality. It's like you're handcuffed to a piece of dog shit while you're trying to watch a video. That's the analogy that I give it.
So what if you were handcuffed to a dog shit while watching dog shit videos?
Yeah, I know. That's what I feel like sometimes when I hit the YouTube shorts. I can't get the fuck out of them. I can't control them. They just play. It's like I'm in an alternate universe of videos. Okay, let's see what but I'm gonna move you and me, mostly you. This is why I love me the Bigfoot, because we communicate on like a special level, on like a Bigfoot dad level.
Only that day dawns to which we are awake. There is more day to dawn. The sun is but a morning star. And we heard Dash and Q read that to us. That's from Henry David Thoreau. And he wrote that in a book called Walden, which is Walden Pond. Walden's a place. He lived in a place called Walden. He went out and lived in the wilderness all by himself to find himself, and he found himself in the wilderness. He wrote, "Only that day dawns to which we are awake. There is more day to dawn. The sun is but a morning star." Only that day dawns to which we are awake. There is more day to dawn. The sun is but a morning star. And we heard Dash and Q read that to us. That's from Henry David Thoreau. And he wrote that in a book called Walden, which is Walden Pond. Walden's a place. He lived in a place called Walden. He went out and lived in the wilderness all by himself to find himself, and he found himself in the wilderness. He wrote, "Only that day dawns to which we are awake. There is more day to dawn. The sun is but a morning star." Only that day dawns to which we are awake. There is more day to dawn. The sun is but a morning star. And we heard Dash and Q read that to us. That's from Henry.
Kevin, we're unmuted. What are your thoughts on that Bigfoot? That Bigfoot wisdom read by me, shared by Bigfoot, kind of a matrices double show within a show within a show within a show within life.
Well, I would like to point out that this was before we all figured out that books weren't real. So you were wrong in that aspect. So
Fair point. Fair point.
if we can get a fact check on that, but yeah, no, that's
Kevin, books aren't real, but you can read those words on the internet. Fortunately for you.
well, the words aren't real either. Words on the internet aren't real.
See, you're playing 9D chess like Torque over there.
Notice the cartoon background.
Yeah, I need to get me some of them green screens. I'd like to be like floating in space while I do the show or something, Keever.
Well, I did learn from our original Dad Dash that if you're going to be on screen, then you need to be on a green screen, so people don't find out where you really are or who you really are. It is actually
well, Keever, fried pieces of catfish are notoriously shitty broadcasters. Real boring. Real boring. Terrible.
It is
awfully fucking boring.
That is what I've heard.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. So, Keever, why don't you give us? You actually had a good show for this morning for like the first few minutes. You had a good, like in that hour, you had a good 30 minutes. Can you summarize the good 30 minutes that you had this morning on your drive through? Like the best part, just give us the highlights. Like not the sucky, shitty part where you fucked up, but the other parts.
You would have. I'm surprised. I'm sad that you missed the part where I almost lost it. First of all, I did almost lose it over apple juice and a latte. So that was upsetting. I did almost commit the greatest Pedro sin ever and just doing what he does. But yeah, which part specifically were you impressed you? Oh, okay. We actually got a shop and pay that we might be able to get at the deli.
Well, this is exciting. This is a professional driving moment. That's what we call this in the show. I'm muting you, Kevin, because the background noise is a little hot. But this is a professional driving moment. Kevin, are you going to perform the tasks of a professional driver? If so, have you breathed? Have you meditated? Have you centered yourself this morning so you don't need to attack any groceries? Hold on, let me unmute you, Kevin. Just slow down. Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
I have breathed. I have been breathing my entire life, except when the times I didn't.
You know, Kevin, just one thought though. A lot of times people don't understand how important conscious breathing it is because I'm going to throw a huge word at you, Kevin. Don't get confused. But breathing is part of the autonomic. Sounds like automatic, but it's on an autonomic nerve system, which means
you don't need to think about it.
You don't have to think about it. You can be like Pedro. You don't even have to think about breathing. If Pedro had to think about breathing, he'd use so many groceries. No groceries in the world would be safe. But so Pedro and Flex and stuff, they can just go around. They don't have to think about breathing. Thank God, because they'd have no brains. They'd have no space left. But you do have to think about things like your consciousness and like when you're driving, paying attention, when you're shopping, walking with purpose. When you're searching for things, when you're planning the layout of your store, you got to do a lot of thinking when you do shop and pay. Some of our friends in this space don't seem to be very good thinkers, Kevin. They seem to be almost like top level bad thinkers.
Well, when it comes to, especially with shopping orders, it really is the key. One would say the only key is just making sure you pre-plan, because if you pre-plan, then if anything happens, like if you plan for like the potential things that could go wrong to happen, then you're not going to.
Now, Kevin, I had to mute you for a minute. Just as your dad dash, just as somebody who cares about you. We do have some poll results, and I also need to teach you something because you're aggravating me again. Let me get out of this so that I can pay attention to how you're aggravating me and teach you something. Okay, here we go. Now let me unmute you, Keever. Don't make a lot of noise in the background. Okay, so here's the deal, Keever. We don't want to. You're too smart of a guy. You got too good a hair to say things like pre-planning. Planning is also, you don't generally plan while you're in the middle of a crisis. I mean, you can, but it's the wrong time to plan, Kevin. So
Okay.
planning is kind of what we call redundant. Just say planning. Just say you did planning, or just say you're thinking about shit. Don't use
Okay.
pre-planning. It just makes you sound dumber than you are.
It has been.
Let's just, yeah, I had to mute you for a minute because you're making so much goddamn noise. But please, Kevin, don't ever say pre-planning again on my show, or I'll have to mute you and block you for at least half the show. Fucking don't ever say pre-planning to your dad. I'm trying to teach you something, Kevin, so you don't walk around sounding stupid all day. I know you got yourself a beautiful wife already, but you got to do better on the pre-planning.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you plan,
Kevin, I have to mute you for a minute. Let me just tell you something. I got two things going for me. Okay, listen. My mom was real smart. My mom was just this real smarty pants little Jewish girl from Portland, and she went to Stanford. But then she got homesick and came home and finished at Portland State, which is lucky for me because she met my dad, and that's how me and my brothers came along. Thank you, Portland State University, one of our great sponsors, making it possible for me to be here today, Kevin. But the point is, you don't want to be using improper English around my mom, Kevin. That's the main point. My mom is 82. You do not want to be using improper English around my family. My grandmother was the same way, Kevin. You don't want to use improper English. No pre-planning, Kevin. Go ahead. I'm going to unmute you, but don't say anything crazy.
yeah.
Okay,
So you have to plan before you go into the stores, because if you plan for the potential negative things that could happen, you're going to be less upset when it actually does happen, because chances are it's going to happen. So when you see people like Bigfoot Dasher and or the King have a bad shop, it's because they didn't use thought beforehand, and they thought they could just, go from broadcasting to being a gig worker. So it is really hard if you don't think.
very few things in life are easy, Kevin. That's what I've found. There's a song, there's this one of my favorite songs by this old band called Jethro Tull. And I sat in the front row, by the way, just to throw in a little bit of rock and roll trivia here for you, Fever. Jethro Tull, the great band that did Aqualung, Cross-Eyed Mary, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Locomotive Breath. It's not a guy named Jethro Tull, Kevin. It's a band named Jethro Tull. So don't ask for Jethro Tull's autograph, or that'll be like asking for pre-planning. You'll just sound stupid again.
Oh, I wouldn't, because if you like it, then it's probably shit anyways. So I wouldn't ask for an autograph.
That's right. That's right. You don't go to the '80s disco band Scritti Politti backstage and go "Hey, can I meet Scritti Politti? I'd like to blow him." Like if you were a Scritti Politti groupie, you wouldn't go Scritti Politti, because there's nobody named Scritti. There was no Scritti in the Scritti Politti. There's no Jethro in the Jethro Tull. Oh, it's so much work. It's so much work being a dad, Kevin. So I feel like I have to teach you everything I know, and we have such a short time.
I mean, we got more time than we think, though.
I hope so. I hope so, Kevin. There's a lot of people that seem to want the world just to go poof sometime before football day's over.
Well, I mean, I've heard. Speaking of football, how do you think your team is going to do today?
Oh man, it's a tough game. So the Ducks, listen to this. I don't know if you saw this, Kevin. It's a good point you just made. I am broadcasting today from Salt Lake City on the road, following my Ducks in Utah, home of John Billings. Please stop. My hope today, Kevin, is I don't watch the game on TV because the Ducks are on the road and go, "No, please stop. Please stop." Because if that's happening, it's going to be a bad day. I'm hoping that I get lots of opportunities. Now, it's on the road, Kevin, in Salt Lake City, the home of John Billings. It's a tough place to play. You got John Billings there. The altitude is high. Between the Golden Children, the temples, and the altitude, it's an intimidating place to play, Kevin.
That is what I've heard.
Now, a lot of people don't know, Kevin, Utah's a state school, so it's not a Mormon school per se, like the BYU.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that Utah is actually a state in general.
Yeah, Utah's a state. It's owned by the Mormons, but it's also a state.
Yeah. So That is a fun story.
You
Fun
know
fact.
something, Kevin, when I went there when I was a young man about your age, almost exactly your age, on business travel, and the Blazers were playing in a playoff game against the Lakers with, like, Magic and all that shit, and, the
Hmm.
Blazers had the best, record in the league at that time, and they're playing in a playoff series, and I had to call around about 50 different restaurants looking for one sports bar in all of Salt Lake City where I could watch an NBA basketball game. That's how long ago it was, Beaver. Like, it was the days so long before alcohol, you had to go to a private club underground. It's like a Top Dasher, scam. You have to go to a
Oh, really?
private club underground, and you have to call on the phone and be referred by some member. So it's like organized crime, Kevin. You get referred by a member, and then if you get referred, you can sign up for a temporary membership. This is how great the laws were, Kevin. I think they've changed. I think you can actually buy a beer now. But so then you get recommended by a member. You get a temporary membership, and you can sit down and have yourself a beer and watch a basketball game. It's amazing freedom, Kevin. The freedom was you could taste it.
Well, I mean, the thing is, too, laws actually aren't a real thing anymore. So, just like books.
Right.
So,
Sinful Toaster makes the point that many people don't know that Utah is a state, and based upon the literacy and education level of America, I don't doubt that to be true, Kevin.
well, I did say it for a reason. I didn't. I try not to lie most of the time. What you go? I forgot something.
Kevin, you're a great young
Sorry.
man. Honesty is not your issue. We just need to get a little
Sorry.
bit of your other stuff. We just need to polish you up a little bit. We need to get you to the level of your hair because you're selling a 69 out of 69 hair game. Your maturity level's somewhere in the 40s right now, but I'm going to get you there. I'm going to get you there.
I can take it. I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
take that.
constructive criticism. It's because I love you, Kevin.
Yeah. Well,
I love you, Kevin.
some
Just
people
don't-
can't take
Listen,
constructive.
if anything ever happens,
Why do they do?
Kevin, you
Look
know
at
I
this.
love you.
Wait. Look at this bullcrap. Look at this
Don't
bullcrap.
get angry.
Okay, I'm trying to get to. You can't see it because of my background. Let me take
That's
my
a
background
nice.
off.
That's a nice hot. Have you ever gotten laid in that hot tub, Kevin?
I actually have.
I've been telling the people hot tub sex is overrated. That water's really not a very good lubricant. You're gonna need, Kevin. Here's a tip: if you're doing any shopping for somebody, if you're doing a shop and pay, if you're gonna have sex in the hot tub, you want to go with a non-water based lubricant, Kevin.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, well,
But look at this.
Kevin. I'm a top fucker, and I'm giving you advice. Pay attention here. You want to go with something non-water based. Just make sure that you get that in your notes for later. Non-water based. You got to pre-plan the hot tub orgies, Kevin. You got to have plenty of non-water based lube around.
All right. Well, I. What is going on here? I'm getting very angry.
Kevin,
Come on, let's figure this out.
keep yourself calm.
Let's figure it
Kevin.
out.
You're in public. You're in public. Don't embarrass yourself and ruin my channel, Kevin. Don't go crazy.
Listen, I can't ruin it any more than it already has been.
I'm going to mute myself and just let you carry on, Kevin. What's going to happen now? I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to go take a pee glitch. You just don't go crazy. If I come back and my stream's been canceled for nudity, Kevin, it's on you.
It might happen.
Please stop.
Let's
Don't
see.
do it. Don't do it, Kevin. Please stop.
Vartan, that's respectable. I mean, medium is pretty good. Yeah, I almost took it out on that cart. That cart was asking for it. We are done. We are in the field. We are done. We're going to check out. It is crazy busy here. We're trying not to take it out on people.
Kevin, please don't scare any children at the checkout. If I see any more children harmed, I'm going to hit the road like Tommy, and I'm a professional driver. I will come find you. If I see you scare any fucking children in this line, I'm not kidding. I can't take any more of it, Keever. I'm not going to take any more child abuse in the gig space. No scaring the children.
Well, there's a lot here, so the potential is there. And I would like to let everyone know that I am not too good to bag my groceries.
Kevin, you should yell at somebody that they should be doing your job because you're not getting paid to do this. Even though you're getting paid to do this. You are getting paid to do this, but yell at somebody and tell them that you're not.
What is this? It is pending shop. I already did that. Confirm placement.
Stop arguing with the app, Kevin. Don't get angry. I know it's trying to gaslight you, but you can't let the app get in your head. Don't let the app get in your head. I'm coaching you through this like a coach, like a black cat coach on your little shoulder.
I'm not going to forget the receipt this time either.
Kevin, now Torp I understand. I see that you're not in an Aldi's, but do you know that? No, it wasn't Torp. It was that Pedro DoorDash Santiago.
San
Uh,
Diego. San Diego.
on San Diego, the Instacart is silent. That guy didn't know that bags at Aldi's cost 3 cents, Kevin. I don't think he's ever been to an Aldi's. If you
Which
don't
is
know that
interesting.
bags at Aldi's cost 3 cents, I don't believe you've been to an Aldi's, Kevin. I'm going to call you a fucking liar.
Well, I mean, Aldi's is for the lower class. So I mean, I don't know how he could have gone in there and stooped to that level.
Yeah, but Kevin, did you know you have to pay 3 cents for bags? That's crazy.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that before I even went to an Aldi's. All right, let's see. We are
Kevin,
8 minutes from drop
Kevin,
off.
what are you doing with your keys right now? And have you planned a way to keep them from falling? Do you ever do the thing where you like put them between your knuckles so you can stab somebody in the eye if they mug you or try to carjack you while you're doing it? Like that's what I do. I put them in between my knuckles like a brass knuckles. And if somebody's gonna carjack me while I'm doing my groceries, I'm gonna fucking stick it right through their cranium. But the other way to go with that, Kevin, you can stick your you got little teeny girl hands, I see, and so you can stick your little teeny girl hands, your little teeny girl fingers. You can stick it through one of them rings and just make sure it doesn't drop.
My hands are exactly the right size they need to be. I've had confirmation of that my entire life.
Kevin, how tall are you? How tall are you? How big of a hair should we envision?
Well, without hair, 5'7". With hair, 5'6", 5'8".
Okay. So you don't strike me as a man who's real angry about his height, but you could be happier.
How do I? Well, you're not monetized, so it doesn't matter what the hell I say.
Well, Kevin. So here's the point. I think the point is that I'm 5'10" and I have much bigger testiculars and a lower voice than you. It's how we measure ourselves in the gig economy space. 5'6",
Yeah.
5'7", 5'8", not bad. It's not 5'10". We're gonna put you kind of in the bantam, like the welterweight. You're kind of like a welterweight, maybe weight class.
Yeah.
We get fatter as we
Yeah.
get older, Kevin. We could move you up to like a light heavyweight if you pack on some pounds like Leon, Spinks, not Leon Spinks. Leon Spinks was the big brother who was the heavyweight. Which was the younger Spinks? No,
I have
which
no
was
idea
the
who you're talking
Spinks
about.
that fight Mike Tyson? Tyson Spinks, man. It was the big fights. And Spinks moved up in weight class because he was a great boxer, and he moved
Is
up
that
in
the
weight
one?
class.
Is that the one from Egypt?
No, Spinks was an American guy. Let's go. Tyson Spinks. Let me see. I think it was Leon Tyson Spinks. Somebody in the chat can help me. Tyson Spinks, 1988. You weren't born yet.
No, I
Beaver.
was 2 years away.
You were not born yet. Mike Tyson. Yeah. Okay. So Leon Spinks was the older brother of Michael, and Leon Spinks was a real good boxer. He's fought for the heavyweight title, I think, like against Holmes or something like that. But then his brother Michael was incredible, and he was like a lower weight class. He's like I don't know all the weight classes in the boxing game anymore, but he was like a light heavyweight or something like that. But he was so good; they were both undefeated, man. Like nobody could beat Michael Spinks, nobody could beat Michael Tyson, and Tyson was just this young beast, right? And so Spinks is like, "Hey, I'll put on some pounds like Kevin, and I'll go fight Mike Tyson." And so that was like the fight of the that's the fight of the century kind of deal. There was a couple of the fights of the century, I think, if we talk about it, or if we look at it. So anyway, so it was Leon Spinks, the older brother, and then Michael Spinks was the one that had the big rivalry with Tyson Spinks. If you're a boxing fan, go back and look at that on the YouTubes. That was that was in the boxing game was really something. The stars were stars, Kevin. And I'm not a big boxing fan, but there were no TV stations on back then, Kevin. We had nothing to watch. So if they put a heavyweight championship fight
For radio, right?
on the TVs, yeah, on the radio or the TVs, we just watched it because there was fucking nothing else on TV. We couldn't watch anything else, so we had to watch it, Kevin. It was like the gig economy. We're trapped.
True. But yeah, so yeah, are you done peeing? Finally, jeez.
What'd you say?
Nothing at all, actually.
Okay.
I didn't speak.
Bartan is accusing you of lying about everything.
Well, Vartan, he might be right, but who knows? Who knows?
It could be. So this morning you were doing all that ship stuff.
Oh
If
yeah.
anybody wanted to go back and watch it, you did talk a lot about the different apps, the positives, the opportunities of Shift. You kind of thought, from your perspective, I was on a Shift waiting list for a long time. I never
Mhm.
got passed into the game there. But you talked about kind of the retaining customers, building a portfolio, some of the different
Yep.
things about Shift, and why you thought that was one of the better opportunities. So it also sounds, just confirm or for is it much less gamblified and much more transparent, Kevin?
So yes and no. So they don't show you the tip up front because you actually have to work for your tips.
Well, yeah, but
So
that's a
like it's
real
a
tip.
shopping
Yeah,
app.
but see, that's a real
Yeah.
tip. That's not a video game.
Yeah.
A real tip is where you don't know what's going to happen until after you give the service, and then the customer who either likes the service or doesn't give you a tip.
Yeah.
Pre-tipping, like that's a fake tip. That's not a real tipping system. So this
Yeah.
is a real world tip in Shift, and that's how it works. And you told us that because of that, you talked about, Kevin, this blew my fucking mind, this whole ship thing, because
Mhm.
you know what you touched on is something that people have used so improperly as a terminology in the gig economy. You talked about a term called cash flow, and that's something you learn in business school. And if you're not an accountant, like
Mhm.
I'm not an accountant, you really fucking hate learning it, Kevin, because it's real shitty.
Yeah.
It's real shitty. Learning about cash flow is real shitty, but cash flow is also the thing that kills most businesses. And what you talked about in terms of cash flow, this is real cash flow. You don't have any cash flow. You got at best like micro cash flow if you're like doing independent
Mhm.
contracting and delivering hot dogs, right? You're getting
Yeah.
gas, you're putting this stuff in, you get paid everything. But see, Shipped has real cash flow because you're getting substantial amounts of money a week later, 2 weeks later, maybe even a month later, and you're putting
Mhm.
out expenses in advance. So you actually have a flow of cash, right? Because you have expenses up front, then you got to do the work, then you're going to get more cash, but you have more expenses during that time, and then you're going to get more cash. So you've got this rolling thing, and it flows, Kevin. It's like a circular
Mhm.
flow. That's why they call it a cash flow, because it's like that little
Yeah.
recycling symbol. It flows. And so when people like Pedro or whoever these dumb shits talk about doing cash flow on a DoorDash order, Kevin, they're really dumb. They don't know what cash
Yeah.
flow is, and they just use the term improperly, which just drives me crazy. It's like pre-planning, Kevin. It just makes me have to stop the game and just go, stop it. That's not cash flow. That's not what
Yeah.
cash flow is. So I really like that
Well,
part, Kevin, is that you actually described a real life circumstance of cash flow in the gig economy. I thought that was great.
and it's and I said this too. Like, it out of all the apps, it's probably on the when you dig deep, it is the most transparent because it is your effort really does determine your tips. Of the perception of like every single gig tuber and every single gig worker in the last 5, 6, 7 years about seeing tips up front and tip transparency and no tip no trip, which really should just be called no $2 orders. But it has really warped people's perspective, and are not people who have bought into that will take one or two or three orders on Shipt and say, "Oh, it doesn't work for me," but it doesn't work like that. There are some days. There's been a week where something changes. When I was in Florida, like when you have to pay attention to the seasons. When people move out of Florida to go back to New York, like your business changes, so you have to figure out where is going to be better business for you. So those resort areas you can't really plan on, or those areas where most of um, the snowbirds live, you can't plan on it as much. You have to plan where you're going to be, but so many people get one or two or three orders and they don't get a tip, and they think that Shipt is garbage. But
Right, right.
if
That makes
you
sense.
build up, and Shipt is all
Well,
about.
because Kevin, you know what's striking me? Like you're actually describing a real independent contractor with real cash flow. You're describing much more of an independent contractor scenario, which is everything. When you want to understand what DoorDash is,
Yeah,
understand what it's not, because it's not what you're talking about. It's not independent contract. There is no cash flow. It's
yeah,
just poverty pimping. It's just taking advantage of and exploiting people in poverty. Now, this Shift, and I'm not like endorsing it or anything. I'm just listening to you talk about it. But it sounds as a business person, if you came to me with this business scheme and you said this is how Shift works, and I think I think we could develop this business, I'd go like, it sounds kind of legitimate. It sounds like
Yeah.
maybe you're using technology in a way that could benefit people.
Hmm.
And because it's so different from the rest of the gig economy, your challenge, Kevin, is probably educating people of how a real independent contractor
Yeah.
works. Because if they're expecting everything to act like a fake video game where you get fake tips, and then you get testicular overpay, and then you never see a customer and they never see you, but you pretend you work for the company who doesn't know you and they have no support. They don't even exist. You're just playing a video game. That's just a living hell. This
Yeah.
sounds a lot more like less dog shit.
Well, I want to break it down too, because Sinful Toaster is saying what 99% of people who maybe have been misinformed about Shift.
Well, this is good. This is actually why we have a community show, is that we can educate people about what's really going on. It's not just about comedy and football and tailhook scandals. It's also about actual gig economy opportunities.
Yeah. So what people need to realize with Shift is you're never going to see a tip on the order. When the offer screen comes to you, you know exactly what the minimum is you're going to get paid. 100% of the time, you're not going to be fleeced in it. You know, if
So if I may, Kevin, this is a real minimum payment amount, not a gamblified amount. It's just the
exactly.
base contract amount is what I call that. It's just the real minimum amount that you're going to get. It's the guarantee. So
Yeah.
anytime you take a contract, there could be a guarantee and there could be a variable. So if I was going to build an igloo, Kevin, I was going to build an igloo. I was your igloo contractor. You would give me a guaranteed contract to build an igloo at a specific site and place near Cody's house in Alaska, right?
Yeah.
And then you might also say, and guess what, Jeff? If you do a really good job, I'm a pretty nice guy. I might throw you a couple bucks. You could also say, hey, Jeff, I'll give you an incentive. It's getting real cold here. If you can finish this igloo before next Thursday, I'm going to give you a variable pay bonus of an extra $100. See, that would be like a real independent contract. A real independent contract isn't go do this thing somewhere for money and I'll let you know what it is. That's a terrible offer.
Yeah.
That's not a contract, and that's what a DoorDash offers. That's actually what an Uber and Lyft and offer is too. And Grubhub, go do this thing somewhere for money, and I'll let you know how it goes. That's just a
Yeah.
terrible fucking offer. That's an offer for rubes. That's an offer from people that are scamming you.
Yeah.
And so
I
that's
want to.
bad.
Okay, so with Tinful, Sinful Toaster here says 50 items for 20 miles for $15. So the way I always structured my day with Shift was, you know, you could probably stack 2 orders and get them done in an hour. So that order right there, a 50 item order for 20 miles. And one thing you have to realize about Shift customers is, unlike DoorDash, they pay to use the service. They either pay $100 a year to use the service, or they pay a $10 every single order fee. So the type of people that are using Shift are not the same type of people that are using DoorDash. So I would be willing to say that out of all the orders I did on Shift, and I think I ended up with like 16 or 1700. I would say probably 80 to 90% of them tipped. Now, did they tip right away? No. Did they tip the next day? Maybe. You know, but most of them, I got a tip the same day or the next day. And when you're doing the volume of orders, if you're doing $2 an hour, if you're doing 2 orders an hour, I would say the average order pay for Shift is anywhere from $6 to $10. I would say that's pretty fair to say, $6 to $10. You could do 2 orders, and you're guaranteed anywhere from $12 to $20 an hour, just base pay. Now, there are some people that aren't making that on DoorDash. So just off of base pay, you're going to make that pretty much guaranteed. And if you're doing 2 an hour, when I factored in what orders to take, I did a factor of everyone's going to tip me 10%, because, and it usually ended up being higher than that. 1 second. All right. Leave the door, take photo. Okay. So it usually ends up being about 15 to 20%, to be honest with you, for most customers. And unlike unlike DoorDash saying, hey, you got to take some crappy orders to get Top Dasher to hope you get good orders. When you first start, you will have to take a little bit of crap. Like, it is going to happen. But if you've ever started a business or even thought about starting a business, most businesses fail within their first 5 years because they don't profit. They don't profit until 5 years. 2 to 5 years is your average. But you can pass if you want. I'm just telling you, there's a lot of people that make a full-time income just off doing ship because it's all about volume. And you don't hope for a tip. If you provide a good service, they tip you. It really is what it comes down to. Now, are you going to get some that don't tip you? Yes, you're going to get that in every app. But I would say maybe 10%. But it's just, and I think you've commented on one of my videos about ships, so you've already heard all this. But if you're making good money doing what you're doing, that's fine. But if you're not making money and you need something else, then, and this isn't just to you, this is to anyone, like, Shipt is a really good app, and it has probably the highest ceiling. It's the most transparent, but you have to work. Like, you really do have to work. But just off of base pay, you're going to make anywhere from $12 to $20 an hour just off base pay. And if you do, let's just say $200, or let's say $150, because that's usually roughly what the order is. If you make 10% off of one of those orders, then that $12 to $20 goes to at least $27 an hour, at best $37, if it's just 10%. So, I mean, that's why I've always said that the ceiling is so much greater in Shipt. And for those that either don't want to do it, that's cool. Like, there's tons of people that will do it. Let's say I don't, and say, okay, cool, man, that's cool. That's up to you. That's good. But there's been a lot of misconceptions about Shipt. So, and there are people that aren't gonna do it. But I've just seen myself and know many other people that I've run into while doing Shipt, who are also doing Shipt, that they get crazy orders because you get lifelong customers, really, because as long as you shop for them, they will request you to be their shopper, and then you get repeat customers. Like, completely different logic is DoorDash. Completely different logic. You get no guaranteed recurring customers from DoorDash. You don't get a guarantee. Like, very, very rarely will they actually tip you after the fact. I can't count how many times I've gotten an increase in my tip on Shipt. It's completely different. Steven, if you didn't notice the notes or the name, it was, I'm Dad Dash 2.0 today, so I had to use a green screen. And my green screen's gone now. There's my bag. Where is it? There it is. But yeah, I mean, again, I'm trying to sell you on it because if you're not making money, this is a potential. I can't do it anymore because, because you've never tried it. If you've never tried it, you can't say you don't see it. Like, that's not a thing. You can't, if you've never actually tried it and you do just 2 orders, you haven't tried it. But that's all I got. Oh, DoorDash is the most tested you will ever pay. 100%. 7 Kenneth Salon. I don't even know where that is. Dad Dash, I know you're still there. but you're not understanding what you're seeing is not like the actual pay. Like you're not gonna like everyone sees what you've seen. The difference is other people have taken advantage of it and taken those orders and made money off of it. You're seeing what the actual base pay is. The more items, the higher the total order, which means the higher percentage, because the majority of people, but if you've not done the order you put up, $15 base pay is a really good base pay on Shipt. And here's the thing, Shipt is not for every market. Some markets are different than others, but I think other people see orders like you're seeing and think it's trash when it's actually not. It's just you need to actually just do them. Well, if you're gonna, it's sinful. If you're gonna just do one order and use that, then no, don't do that. But if you're gonna actually do it and do, if you're gonna do it full time, it's gonna all average out to, like I would average. My last time I looked at it, I averaged $26 an order. And orders for me, because of how fast I got at it, orders take me about maybe 45 minutes per order from accepting to shopping to delivering. But getting torqued, I am getting torqued, Mary Poppins, because I know how much money can be made and shipped, and you can't look at it at a base level. Like, you can't look at it like a DoorDash order. You can, majority of the time, you can look at a base level and say, okay, maybe I could take this. But with Shipt, there's a lot more analyzing that has to be done, but the upside is so much greater. So much greater. And you can't judge everything off of two. Like, that's like saying the first 2 times you had sex, your girlfriend is judging you off. You know, that's going to be how you are the rest of your life. No. The first 2 times you're going to suck at it. And if you're some people in this community, the first 500 times you're going to suck at it. But you need to do more to see, because if you get 2 orders that don't tip, and you're using the mentality of DoorDash where you don't want to communicate. Most people in this community don't like to communicate with customers. They don't, because they're used to sitting in their car. And I'm not saying you did this, but if you go into Shipt with the mindset of how we go in with DoorDash or with Uber Eats or whatever, you're not going to get a good tip. If you don't communicate, they're not going to tip you. And people say, I don't want to communicate. That takes up time. Maybe 5 minutes of my entire shop is communicating with the customer. It's not that difficult. Oh, I took that. I almost missed out on an add-on while I was raging. But like, I would say it's the only app that you're actually rewarding for being a good worker.
Well,
DoorDash
I like
will
that.
pay you based on what they feel you're worth.
Nothing.
Sorry, you're breaking up, or maybe it's me.
It's you. I can hear you real good though.
What did you say? You like what?
I said nothing. DoorDash gives you no value. Your value to DoorDash is nothing.
Oh, okay.
Ever. No, I'm serious. It's 0. There's plenty of app slaves to go around. They're bringing more into the country. They're going to put brown kids on bikes. DoorDash is over. DoorDash is over for people with cars. There's no money left in the app slave game for people with cars. They got to go lower, and you're not low enough, Kevin. You got too good a hair to be a dasher. Bigfoot. Hey, Bigfoot. We showed Bigfoot. We showed your shopping video, buddy, and we also showed that a new day dawns only to those who are awake. the sun is but a morning star, something to that effect. The Walden thing. We shared that. That was great. We watched that 2 or 3 times. Real inspirational, and we're glad to see a Bigfoot Dasher. And we damn did I love that. Did I love your grocery abuse? And we decided personally, I feel you're a 69 out of 69. Kevin, on the scale of like 1 to 60, 1 to Kevin's a 69 out of 69 on the hair. We felt like Bigfoot. I gave you a 69. I think you're perfection. Kevin is a tough judge of the hair, even the Bigfoot hair, and he gave you, I think, was it a 62 or a 63, Keever? Was that a 62 or a 63, Keever? I don't know. Keever's, we're gonna have to mute
62.
Keever and hang up. It was a 62. Okay, 62. Keever's listening in the background. I'm gonna mute you, Kevin, so you don't aggravate me. So yeah, it was real good. It was real good. So Kevin just gave some real good talks. If you're tuning in right now, you just missed really good Kevin information on Shipped while I was peeing and making a new pot of coffee. Got myself my cow cup. In honor of Brownsville, Texas. Population Matthew Arredondo and cows. Got my cow cup. Got my coffee. I broadcasted for 13 hours yesterday, Kevin, and it was so draining. I could barely sing the song this morning. I could barely sing "Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood," the Mister Rogers song. Oh, it was rough. We've had one poll so far. We've only polled each other one time this morning. That you enjoy that, Bigfoot. We love sharing that. We told everybody goes yes. So we've only had one poll this morning. What day is it? We're trying to figure out. I'm particularly trying to figure out what day it is. I have no fucking idea. It doesn't make any difference to me. But for one reason, there's only one reason it matters what today is, and obviously, you know what that is because you know your old dad dash. On Saturdays, Dad Dash is going to be watching him the college footballs, and it's real good. We like that. So, what day is it? And we did say no cheating because it is the gig economy. This is not about cheating to win always, just mostly. But in this community, it's not about cheating to win. We're going to be nice to each other here. Everywhere else, cheat to win. Uh, Everywhere else is cheat to win, but not here. Not here. Here, no say no means no. We don't cheat to win. No means no. We respect our women. We respect each other. We love everybody. We don't cheat to win. But what day is it? No cheating. So number one, 80% of you have full. Wait, can I see right? Am I seeing right? Can I get a fact check? I need my glasses. 80% of you said that today is please stop, John Billings. 20% of you, which is included me, on an account that's not a sock account because I can't vote on this account. 20% of you voted football. 0% of you said Sunday, and then 0% of you said Friday. So really, everybody feels that today is please stop. From John Billings, I feel that it's football. We're just going to have to agree to disagree. Yeah, nobody's got Kevin's hair. Kevin's a 69 out of 69 on a scale of 1 to Kevin. You can't, where you're gonna go. You're gonna go looking at earthquakes and then go over to Mr. Richter's house or Mrs. Richter's house and go like on a Richter scale. Uh, that's not that cool. No, you're gonna go, holy shit, that's like Richter himself. And you go, hey Richter, where is that on your scale? And how do I worship you? And so that's how what you do with Kevin. On a scale of 1 to Kevin, he's a 69. So you don't really question the perfection. You just look at it for what it is. It's the standard of the scale. It's like Kelvin or Celsius or whatever, Fahrenheit, any of those other things. It's just on a scale of 1 to 69, which is a 1 to Kevin. Now, there is a 1 to 69 on the Bigfoot scale. I feel that it's a 1 to Bigfoot Dasher. That's the scale that I use. Kevin feels like it's just a 1 to Bigfoot, and that somewhere below the 69 perfection, Bigfoot's coming in there around a 62. I disagree with Kevin, but I still like him as a human being. I just respect him less than I did previously, which is not uncommon during these shows. You'll see I get a little annoyed with Kevin. That's why we have him around. Um, You can't be a good dad dash if you don't get annoyed with the kids every once in a while. Kevin, how are you doing today on this moment right now?
Doing great.
Yeah, the Bigfoot Dasher's in the audience. He's Bigfoot Dasher's real happy that we shared his videos. He's not real happy with your hair score. Kevin, I would not head into the south part of America. Bigfoot can smell you.
Well, I can smell Bigfoot. I
I
can also
doubt it.
smell you.
Well, that may be, but you're not going to have the range of a Bigfoot Dasher, first of all. Uh, and this guy's over in the Virginia area, the Virginia, West Virginia area,
Virginia?
Kevin. My advice to you is stay off the nature trails in the Virginia, West Virginia. I'm not sure it's going to be safe for you and your hair right now. I think you may have angered the Bigfoot community.
I have heard that anyone who's ever been a gig tuber will attack people on nature trails.
No,
So
see, this
I
is
will
fair.
stay away.
This is fair, Kevin. I should mute you while I ask this so you don't get crazy. In fact, I'm going to do it because this is an oppositional question. This is now turned into I'm informing the judge that this is now I'm now considering you a hostile witness. Okay, so I'm now considered. Don't smile. Don't crash your car. We do this every day. Every day you scare me, Kevin. You got to stop it. Uh, okay, so. Right. Don't do that part. Don't do that part. Um, this is a fair question. Bigfoot Dasher's pinning you down here, Mr. Hare. Hey, Kevin, how could I get a 69? Thanks, your friend.
Well,
You didn't let me finish, Kevin. Look, I got to mute you for the whole fucking question. I'm going to start over. Jesus Christ, Kevin. Oh, it's like a Home Alone episode every fucking day. Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. Just listen, Kevin. You're going to get left behind, Kevin. Again, you're going to get left behind. Okay. Hey, Kevin, how could I get a 69 question mark? Your friend, the Bigfoot Dasher. Now I'm going to unmute you, Kevin. If you say anything crazy, I'm going to have to mute you again immediately.
all right. It's a two-part answer. So I'm going to give you the simple answer first, and then the more complex, which will give you better results in the second answer.
Okay, that's fair. Now, see, I want to just make sure we're pointing a couple things out. So there's multiple categories. I know when we did a spreadsheet on it, when we were appointing a DT, there's multiple categories. Look, there's hair accoutrement, like bows, ribbons, pins. There's products. There's putty, gel, spray, different hold levels, natural, water, wet look. You got Pedro Jizz. You got Pedro Jizz. If you got a Colt, one of the hottest hairsprays in the gig economy right now, Pedro Jizz gives you that Colt fresh hair look. It's good for your islands. It's good for your African nations. If you're going to be drinking Kool-Aid, you're going to be in the Colt game. You want to go yourself with Pedro Hair Jizz. It's a self-sustainable hair jizz made for Pedro's Colt. That's Pedro's Hair Jizz, one of our sponsors from today. Kevin, I know you've not yet used the Pedro Hair Jizz. Have you looked into the product? And as a hair professional, have you ever considered using the Pedro Hair Jizz? And then follow-up question, Kevin, how can the
Yes, I'm stupid.
How can the Bigfoot Dasher improve all of those different levels of the game? I know I threw a lot at you there all at once, Kevin, but see if you can mow through that tall lawn.
Well, I'm going to ignore everything you said and answer it how I want to. So first step, easy one. Just braid your hair. That's it. Bigfoot specifically, it has been found out that Bigfoots, when their hair is braided, they are more attractive. Now, the second one, which there is, I'm not sure how it works with Bigfoots. I've only seen how it works for humans. When two Bigfoots love each other, one lays down on his back, and the other one turns the other way, whereas your head is in the feet area, and then you kind of just go from there. And you can use your imagination.
That's very adult, Kevin. And so Kevin, how do I ask this the right way?
I am stupid.
No, that wasn't it. It really wasn't the thing. I was more thinking about like, you ever get one of those hairs in the back of your throat? You just can't get the hair out of the back of your throat, Kevin.
After doing that, or
No, just in general, Kevin. I'm not trying. Kevin, come on, man. This is a family show. I'm just asking. In general, have you ever had like one of them hairs right in the back of your throat? God's sake.
Yeah, sometimes. Yes, the answer is yes.
Well, I'm muted. I muted myself instead of muting you. I was going to mute you, but then I muted myself by mistake. The point I was making was that everybody in the chat agrees that that is the case, and that
Thank you.
all of us that have had that terrible human experience of like a hair. It's making me cough just thinking about it, Kevin. Of that hair stuck in the back of your throat, like what the fuck stuck in the back of my throat, and how did it get there? And then you're thinking about it.
Well, one thing that I've found that helps with that is a good walk with purpose.
Yeah. Well, it's good to do a lot of things with purpose, Kevin. Now, Kevin,
Yeah.
for the holidays, Kevin, one of our great sponsors here on the JTB Morning Show is Schubeck
Kroger?
Industries. Schubeck Industries Latex Department executive sponsor Vartan K. Uh, Finest corporate strap-ons in the business, latex suits, latex products, condom accounts, everything you need for safe gig tubing, Kevin, coming from Schubeck Latex Industries, Vartan K, executive sponsor. Kevin, what are your favorite products from the Schubeck Industries?
I do like that full latex body suit.
Yeah,
It is the number one seller for a reason. It just it fits in all the right places,
yeah.
and other companies just they can't seem to get it right. And Schubeck Industries has come out with the patented design
Yeah,
and patent pending. Sorry,
yeah,
I don't want to get any legal issues. Patent pending.
yeah.
I want to keep everything.
Vartan was chatting me up on the interwebs the other day and telling me it's a revolution in pube control, Kevin.
It's what I've heard, and I have heard, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this. The Glitch Dash is sunning his strawberry blonde pubes, and he's not wearing that the entire time.
So excited. Well, I think look, what I know about pube harvesting from my many years in the business, when you're going to do the pube harvesting, it's a lot like the acorns. You got to get them as they fall when they're ripe, Kevin.
Okay.
You gotta sun those things. You gotta keep them strawberry blind. You gotta keep them fresh. You gotta keep them clean. But Kevin, it's like a money tree. It just keeps growing like a money tree. Those them strawberry blonde pubes. And Thomas is a real hairy guy, which is great for all of us because there's a lot of pube density. He's like
Yeah.
on a 1 to 69 scale of pube density. Glitch Dash is like a 69. He's like the scale of pube density comes right off the Glitch Dash scale himself, Kevin.
Makes sense.
Kevin, you know, the funny thing is, I think I could just write a novel without stopping talking. I could just make shit up all day. Why is that?
It's probably well, there was a time where you apparently, supposedly, allegedly wrote a book that got stolen from you. So I think maybe you're making up for lost time for that book that didn't exist, was never stolen.
So
maybe you're just making up for that.
What you're saying is I'm wounded deep inside and I'm searching for the better new me.
Yeah, you're like an Evanescence song, you know?
Yeah.
Back in the day, Evanescence, 20 years ago.
For me, I don't really know a lot of Evanescence. That wasn't my thing. But I do feel like I feel a kinship to that great super group. What were they called? Don't stop me. Don't say anything. Don't make me mute you. They sang the song, "Don't go chasing waterfalls, sticking to the rivers and the lakes that you're used
TLC.
to." Yeah, I know that you're gonna have it your way or nothing at all, but I think you're moving too fast with your purpose. And so one of the reasons I really identify with TLC, Kevin, is that Lisa Left Eye Lopez burned down her ex's fucking house.
Makes sense.
I thought that's fucking badass. And she's so beautiful. And like that beautiful girl, it's like a John Billings. They're so beautiful, but they just want to burn your fucking house down, Kevin.
Yeah, it's like a Lorena Bobbitt type of thing.
Kevin, why is it always the beautiful ones that break our hearts? Why is it the John Billings and the Lisa Left Eye Lopez's that burn our houses down and break our hearts with their beautiful eyes and forehead wrinkles?
Well, I think the real question is why in God's green earth does the Sausage Party not want them as our cult leaders? I just don't get it. You're muted. Nope, you're muted. Yeah, I can't hear you.
Man, did you mute me, Keever? Listen,
I did.
Billings,
You were getting crazy.
Billings,
You were getting
you have
crazy.
no idea what I said. Billings has the long lost potential genetic progeny of the Torp. We do believe there's royal blood in there. We do believe there's actual royal blood in the Utah Billings clan from the Torps, from the Torpinos. We see the resemblance. We see the inner beauty. We see the shining through. We see the one shining moment. Every time I see both those motherfuckers, I think that's a one shining moment right there. And it doesn't matter which moment I see them. It's like every moment's shining, Kevin.
Yeah. Speaking of YouTube personalities, I don't know if you noticed this, but I did get an offer yesterday on one of my videos.
For sex?
Well, maybe that could have been after the fact.
Was it Professor Wetleg?
No.
Did
It was Eli.
Did he offer you a job as a hoe, Kevin?
A hair hoe. No, Eli is going to teach me how to grow my YouTube channel.
Eli is?
Yeah.
Don't do it, Kevin. Don't do it, Kevin. No means no, man. No means no. Listen to me. Listen to your dad dash right here. Don't get into business with the Google and the U-boobs. They're going to take 40% of your pay, Keever. I got better business opportunity. Just stick with your old dad dash, Keever. Don't give YouTube and Google 40% of your pay, man. Just don't do it. Just don't ask for cash tips. Ask for cash tips.
Yep. Have you heard about the where is it?
You're killing me, Kevin.
No, that's not nice to say. No, you're not killing you. Have you heard about this dumpling app?
Dumpling, yeah, I've heard a number of times of dumpling. Seems like the cherry berry kind of gang used to talk about dumpling app a bit. I don't know shit about it though, Kevin.
So after doing like 3 minutes of research, basically it allows you to create essentially your own business with all the stores in the area, and it allows you to set your own delivery fee and advertise yourself as a business, and they contract with you instead of using other third-party apps. Now, granted, Dumpling is still an app. I think they take like 2.5% from you. I haven't done a whole lot of research on it yet, but I will be doing some extensive research, put my application in, all that stuff.
Interesting.
But it seems like a better way.
You might want to talk to. I'm sure there's some people in the community that could come on here and talk to us about that. I don't know if the Rev knows about that. I bet you Bobby does. Bobby's got a lot of experience with the catering apps because Dumpling's like a catering app, right?
So when you sign up, you basically, like for me, I went into the app and it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stores in my area, and it wasn't just food; it was groceries. So what I did is I signed up for all the grocery stores in my area, and said I would shop for a flat fee, and then they tip obviously.
How did they tip? How did they tip? What do you mean they tip? Obviously,
they tip to you. So basically, similar
Kevin,
to how.
Kevin, can I just say something? In the gig economy, there's literally nothing in the gig economy is obvious. So let's never say that. That's like saying pre-planning. Just don't say obviously.
It's obviously pre-planned.
Yeah, well, there's no gravity in the gig economy. We don't even know what planet we're on, Keever. Just don't say obviously. It's not obvious. Nothing's obvious anymore.
Sure. Yeah. But yeah, what it seems like is the flat fee goes to you, and then it seems like it's what DoorDash probably would have wanted to do had they not been trying to bang us for free.
Kevin, once you get the app slaves for free, you never want to pay for the milk.
Katie. Thank you.
If you're going to get the milk, if you're going to get the app slaves for free, you never want to pay for the milk. You just want to bring in cheaper app slaves. Because look, they don't even want to feed us, right? They don't want to feed us, fuck us, or finance us like Pedro. All they want to do is just exploit us. They don't want to do any of the things even that Pedro likes.
But I think, and again, I have to do a little more deeper dive on it, but I think what it says was they take 2.5% and then everything else goes to you.
Okay, they take 5% fee. Well, that sounds
2.5. 2.5.
That sounds almost reasonable. Yeah. So
basically,
this is a good point.
they're the middleman.
This is a good point, Kevin. I've tried to emphasize this a million times. People go, well, you want to kill the gig economy? I'm like, no, you kill fraud because fraud's going to fail anyway, like FTX and Enron and Bernie Madoff scam. Fraud's going to fail. It's just a matter of time because fraud is just a campaign of exploitation. Now, could we have artificial intelligence and or computing power created to transparently help independent contractors earn livings? Well, absolutely fucking possible, Kevin, but who would profit off it from a corporate perspective? Nobody would. There would not be any gross way to exploit humanity, so nobody wants to pay for that. So, Kiever, we're going to have to do that for ourselves, is what I'm telling you. We're going to have to, if we want to be independent, we're going to have to be independent together as individuals, independent in the gig economy, our gig economy, not their gig economy, and then we actually make them pay us what we're worth. And if they don't, we give them the finger and we tell them to have a nice life. We'll run our own country without them. And see, that's how you win, Keeper. You got to be willing to get down and dirty and fight like a dirty motherfucker, like an old Jeff or something.
Well, my thought process in my, I don't want to say my problem, but my, with the whole log outage thing was, what, for me, again, I go back to what you said, what you do with the flower company, what DoorDash and whatever app you're talking about, what we need is like a central one that kind of gives you access to everything, but doesn't take everything from you. And just, again, on a very, very surface level, on the little information from what I've seen on the app so far, it looks like it gives you access to everything in the area, not only food delivery, but grocery delivery. And it gives you get the chance to set your own fee so you can be competitive with other people in the area. And then it gives you, there's a spot where I guess the way it works is the customer can go on the Dumpling app and they can search people in the area. They can look at your About Me, look at your banner, look at what you've said about you. So you're marketing yourself, and they then get to choose who they shop for, or who shops for them, or who delivers for them.
Right. So in this case, this is like a real business where you can build your reputation and your customer base. This is
exactly,
again, it's real easy to understand what DoorDash is by understanding what it isn't. Right? Mm-hmm. It's not transparent and legitimate and fair contracts. So when you know that, you just go well, where do I find transparent, truthful contracts that are fully disclosed? And just I'll go over there. It's real simple, Kevin. Yeah. You don't have to be stupid. I mean, I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying it doesn't have to be a scam. You don't have to be a rube. You don't have to be exploited by the computing. There's other ways to go. You can just look at the computing apps on your phone. You could lift your phone right up to your face like this, Kevin. You could just do this and you could go, I'm going to delete the apps that exploit me and I'm going to keep the apps that don't exploit me. And you'd be moving in the right direction, Kevin. See how simple that is when you spin it right down to the dad-basics?
Yeah. But so basically it lets you, how DoorDash gives you your suggested tips. You can even set your own suggested tips. So you can set for a grocery, you can set the default is 10, and then they have the option to go from 5, 8, 10, 12, 14, whatever.
Now you see, Kevin, this is designed because they're designing it actually to employ an independent contractor. DoorDash's system is meant to minimize tips and exploit consumers, restaurants, merchants, and dashers all at the same time. See the difference between those two things? One's an exploitation system, and the other one, you're actually building a portfolio. You're going to have cash flow. You're going to have customers. You're going to have repeat customers. You're going to build a reputation. You're going to get real tips from real people that know your real name and real persona, even if they don't know you personally. It's a whole different ballgame, Kevin. That's why when Flexi Pants or people of his current thinking patterns come in and go, well, hey, Jeff, you want to destroy the gig economy and make us go back to W-2s? I'm like, well, that's not up to me. I'm not corporate AI. I'm not omnipotent God of of dark patterns and black box AI. I'm just a person. I can tell you
Yeah.
what's going to fail, and I can tell you what won't fail because it'll be legitimate. Now, uh, everybody wants to get rich fast, Kevin. Everybody wants to get
Doesn't
rich
exist.
quick, Kevin. And so when you want to get rich quick, you want a scheme, you want something fraudulent, you want something, a quick big hit. It's not a long-term plan. What you're talking about with Shipped here, Kevin, it's not a quick unicorn gangbang. You don't just have a quick unicorn bukkake on a Saturday morning. You got to actually be patient. You got to have cash flow. You got to build a business. And it sounds to me like if you do that, I'm not saying Shipped's the perfect app because I don't know shit about Shipped except what you're telling me. But what I am telling you is that the model, if you're telling me that as a business person, I'm going, well, that model makes sense. That could be a model where you could actually run a reasonable business as an independent contractor, plan your income, have consistency. See, the problem with the DoorDash scam and all these rigged gig apps is that every day you start over at zero. And not only are you going to start over at zero every day, but now you're going to have a worse day than yesterday. They're taking you right to hell, Kevin. It's like you're in the sewer and they're telling you to dig holes, and every time you dig a hole, it fills up with poo, Kevin. That's what DoorDash
Well,
is.
and the cool thing about Shipped is I've known just people that I've run into in stores. You know, you're networking with other people. You know, just like you should network with other dashers and other people just to see what's going on in your local community, not just on here. Because again, YouTube isn't real life. Me and Jeff aren't real, on here at least. But the good thing, I've run into dozens of people in the store that strictly do only preferred shoppers or preferred customers, and they'll make over 1,000 a week just because they've done it over a certain amount of
Now,
time.
Kevin, when you're saying they're doing only regular customers, are you now talking about the prostitution and sex work game? Or are you back? Are we still on the? I had you muted for a second. Are we on the gig tubes? Or are you now talking about the prostitution business with the asking for sluts?
We are still talking with the shopping, but
Okay, because I'm
you
thinking,
never
Kevin,
know.
if we had ourselves a prostitution gig app, like a risky business movie with your hair, and the right script and a prostitution app, Kevin, we could go big.
We could.
Yeah.
But
those
but
teenagers would come to our house party like there's no tomorrow.
We'd have to turn him away unless Tommy was there. Then we could give him to him.
Well, Kevin, we're going to have 3 hots and a cot after the party's done because you and I are going to go to prison for the rest of our lives. we just broke literally every law that's created in the Western world. We're going to go to the prison. That's going to be a good party, Kevin.
But yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is with Shipped is, you know, like I said, it's going to take some time to build it up. But I know people that will get 4 to 5, or you know, 3 to 5 preferred customers every single day. And am I still muted?
No, you're not muted. I'm just laughing real hard because Mary Poppins asked why I keep. Now I'm going to read this real correctly. Hold on, I got my glasses on. She says, "Why does Jeff keep mutating Kevin? God bless him." I don't know if she means I'm mutating you like into a vampire cat, like I mutate myself over here, or if I'm mutilating you. I could be mutilating or mutating you, but she wants to know why I keep doing it. Kevin, what's your opinion of why I keep either mutilating or mutating you?
Well, because you're a mean bastard man.
Oh my God, you got me nailed on that one. Jeff Thomas Black is a bastard person. Jeff Thomas Black is a bastard person. You got me. You nailed me on that one, Keever.
Now, I know I didn't get that name right. What is Charlie actually? Is it mean bastard man?
Dennis is a mean bastard man, I think, or something like that. Yeah.
I think I'm a little off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna decline that. But
okay, so Mary essentially she likes the act, I think.
Well, it's not
you don't.
an act, Mary.
Mary doesn't.
This is
Mary
real.
Mary doesn't know that as we hang up the phone, the verbal abuse from Keever, the shopping rage comes out. We get Kevin and I get on a call, and he screams at me for like a fucking half hour.
Yeah, it's. I went the wrong way, son of a bitch.
See, you see that right there. You see how he flips on you real quick.
I'm doing a very illegal U-turn right now.
Holy shit, he's losing his mind, ladies and gentlemen. He's going Pedro on us. Kevin, keep your head about you.
I just did a U-turn where there was no median. There was cars coming, and we're good.
Oh
No
my
cops.
God, Kevin. How many families' lives did you just risk?
14.
Okay.
But yeah, so I've just to we're going to top off that ship conversation before Sinful Toaster loses his mind. I know tons of people who will do 3 to 4 orders a day, and they make over $200 because it's those preferred customers that tip well
Kevin,
because they appreciate your service.
are we talking about the prostitution or the gig economy with the tips and with the whole thing you're talking about there? Which market are we on again?
We're still talking about the tits and chips.
Okay.
Tits and chips, sorry.
Have you heard? Have you ever heard from Professor Wetleg or Dashing Trader offering to make you one of his hoes, Kevin?
No, I've not.
If you got a big money call from Professor Wetleg, and he said, Kevin, I have a job for you wherever I am because I'm a baller. I got like 17 DoorDash accounts all at once. I can teach you how to do organized crime. All you have to do is put out a little bit. How are you going to take that offer, Kevin?
Well, as the community, we live by the 3 Fs. So if he's financing enough,
that's actually the poll we have right now, Kevin. Good lead in. You're an excellent co-host, better than I thought. You are the brain of Pedro. We've got countless votes on this so far. We need more. You are the brain of Pedro. You, Kevin, you got to put yourself in the position of the brain of Pedro. So you got to imagine. Don't close your eyes while you're driving. But if you are not driving, go ahead and close your eyes. Mute yourself. Think of. You are the brain of Pedro, and so you're going to get to choose one of these things. Feed me, fuck me, finance me, and then the last one is would you like a hug, only $49.99. You're the brain of Pedro. What's the choice, Kevin?
Well, I'm going to say the last one because that is financing and it could lead to fucking. So it's a twofer.
Yeah, it's kind of a see. You kind of bring up the point. This is why this is a thinking man's show. You know how the band Rush was a prog rock? They called it Thinking Man's Rock because it had all the great lyrics from Neil Peart.
Yeah, I totally know what you're talking about.
Okay, they're Canadian too, which is cool.
Then I'm gonna disagree with you.
So anyway, so Rush was my first rock concert, Kevin. It was like 1983. I saw Rush on the Caress of Steel tour. So I was like, how old was I, Kevin? I was like 15 years old.
You're like 12 or something, yeah.
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
Fucking up the math again, Kevin. Kevin. 1983 minus 1968. It's like 15, bro.
Yeah, I know. I was kidding. Rush is the song that they're on "I Love You, Man." Right? Have you seen the movie "I Love You, Man"?
Oh yeah. Well, "I Love You, Man" is all about his obsession with Rush and being a drummer and being. I mean, that's a great movie. That's a real good movie, Kevin.
I love that fucking movie.
When we do this movie on the gig economy, Kevin, I'm gonna cast you as Kevin. I'm gonna cast me as me. It's gonna be a laugh riot, Kevin.
You know what I love in the gig economy? When you're sitting at a light about to turn left, and they send you an order that is going to make you turn right. So you then have to take your left. You have to go in a random parking lot. Then you have to go around, and then you have to take that left again, and then you go into the store, and then you destroy some freaking groceries.
Kevin, if you go left, if you're going straight, then you go left, then you go left, then you go left again, and then you go left one time more, you'll be right back where you started, Kevin. It's like DoorDash.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. That is what I've heard.
Mary Poppins slipping in a witty pun on us. One of the best females in our sausage party. She hopes Kevin never jumps shipped. She thinks you're a trooper. She thinks you take ship like a champ.
I do take ship like a champ. So let me ask you a question. What do you think our CEO is going to think when he comes back and the dynamics have clearly changed?
Schubeck Industries CEO Thomas Schubeck. He was in my chat last night as the Thomas Schubeck. He's told everybody he was fine. He gave us some popcorn, sent us some love. He's sunning those pubes. What do I think is going to happen? I think he's going to come back like a house of fire on Halloween with a 24-hour live stream that's gonna change our lives. That's what I'm expecting. I don't want to oversell it, but I'm expecting a life-changing 24-hour live stream broken into two parts, only because YouTube sucks.
Mm. Mm. And he's gonna make the full 24 hours, right?
Well, yeah, because Schubek's a real man. Pedro did 14 out of the 24 because Pedro's not a real gig worker. Schubek can make it though. Schubek's got endurance. Pedro's a prima donna. Pedro's got to go do his. Pedro had to go put his Teletubby onesie on. Get ready for his Chalky Baba with his Teletubby onesie. Mary Poppins says, I would like to say something about Kevin's video on life coaches. He mentioned it was okay to pay these YouTubers $1.99 to be their pal. She disagrees wholeheartedly. She gives super chats, and I think she's saying she doesn't give super chats to total dickbag wannabe cult leaders. If I'm reading the subtext of that correctly, I think she just doesn't want to give money to dickbags anymore. Not even $1.99. Dickbag.
Damn it, I went the wrong way.
Kevin, do I need to hang up on you so you can get where you're going? Are you using the in-app navigation from that shitty gig app you're using? Are you now headed to Cleveland? Are you now on your way to Cleveland? Because it starts with a C also.
Reread her or put her comment back up and read it so I can hear it.
Yeah.
I saw it and then I had to reconnect because my mother called me. I didn't want to talk to her.
Yeah. Okay. So Mary Poppins said she will not pay any of these dickbags $1.99 monthly. She said she'd like to say something about Kevin's video on life coaches. You said it was okay to give these gig tubers $1.99, but she doesn't want to give dickbags like a lot of these people are on the other side of the aisle that are lying to people $1.99 in perpetuity. Even while she wants to, maybe troll them with the $1.99, which is such a low amount of money, you wouldn't even deliver a DoorDash order for it. She wants to know, well, I think she's just making a statement, not asking a question, that she doesn't want to give monthly subscriptions to dickbags or to anybody else. Plus, remember, Kiefer, going into business on the YouTubes with the Google Files, it's a shitty business. They're going to take 40%. They're like DoorDash. They're just a tapeworm, man. They're going to steal all your content. See, this is why I'm not giving my book to Amazon. This is why I'm not monetizing the pre-planning my monetization of the URubes. I don't want to be in business with the Amazon and the Google Fi YouTubes, Kevin. I just don't want to be in business with them. They're going to steal all my money, Kevin. I'm not eating the tapeworm. I don't want your tapeworm, Kevin.
Well, and my purpose behind what I said in that video is, and you may disagree with me here, but I believe in capitalism, and I believe if somebody's doing a good thing, then if you appreciate it, you should pay for their work. I just don't think you should pay someone to life coach you when chances are it's not going to be successful.
That is true, and so, well, here's the thing. As a person, I've had some experiences in my life that gave me some pretty severe PTSD, Kevin, and I've had a number of different types of counseling to deal with the things that happened in my life, just like many adults have. Right? It's just life. We deal with traumas and tragedies and things that happen in our life. But those were all real professional, real smart people that gave me real good advice, and I can't imagine some YouTube know nothing douchebag life coach who can't talk about anything but his own narcissism, whoever that person may be, whatever their name may be, any of them and all of them. I just can't imagine them being worth 5 cents or $1.99, Kevin. I just can't, because I've worked with real counselors. I've even, when I was a stepdad, I took my kids to real psychiatrists, like real child psychiatrists that really are psychiatrists that went to medical school and know how to really deal with the developing brain of developmentally delayed children. So I know what really goes on in these places because I'm old, Kevin, and I just can't imagine any of these YouTube coaches being worth a shit, much less $49.99 for hugs.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that was really what I was saying. It's if you support their content, you should donate because you support their content, but you should not donate expecting to get actual results for helping personally.
Anybody giving you good advice on the YouTubes won't charge you a penny for it, Kiever.
Well, and I said it in my video, it's, you can, just based off of the person and their personality, you can learn a lot just from their mannerisms. you can learn a lot from just how they talk in general. Although I don't agree with every single thing you say 100%, I can at least I can take from it what I want and use it to improve whatever it is. And you're not charging anyone for anything.
Now, see, I just pinned up a comment from Mary Poppins. They got these poor drivers giving them money, get the hell out of here. And I think what she really meant is get the fuck out of here and the hell out of here. And I agree with that. Like these fuckers that have been lying to their people and building these Kool-Aid drinking, Flavor Aid drinking cult followings, acting like dickbags, and then getting impoverished people who they're exploiting with all their conflicts of interest to give them money. I really don't like it, Kevin. I don't like it at all.
You don't like poverty pimps?
I do not like poverty pimps. Don't like the payday loans. Don't like the cash advances. Don't like all of the referral bonuses and third-party agents and dark dealings and dark money and organized crime. It's just not my thing, Kevin. I don't like it at all. It makes me kind of crusty.
So you don't like if, let's say, we'll use the example of that dumpling app I was talking about. I find it useful, let's say I do it and I find it useful. And you say, oh, maybe I might want to do that. Do you think I should not get a bonus from them for saying, hey, Jeff, go try this out, and you were going to do it anyways?
Well, okay, so here's a couple different things. So that's a real good question. Ask that question again, Kevin, because I really did think about it. It's an important question. Just ask me the question again.
Okay, 1 second. Before I re-ask it, let me see if this food's ready.
Okay. I'm glad you be a professional for a minute.
Not yet. Okay. So let's say in the dumpling app I was talking to you about that is from surface level appears to be paying people to run their own business to help these local companies and these other companies. Let's say I find success in it. And you come to me and you say, well, hey, man, I've been looking, these gig apps have been really screwing me. I'm looking for another way to actually make money in this. And I say, well, hey, Jeff, since you're looking, try this out.
Right.
And
so
pay me.
So this is like you're offering me, you want to be a Pedro, you want to be a dashing trader, you want to be your driver, Mike, you want to be placed in the Business Insider advertorial and get some
No.
Get
You're
some
gonna
shine
do this.
on this.
You're going to do this anyways. You were already going to sign up. You were already looking for something like this. I'm just saying, hey,
well, yeah,
I
of
found
course,
something.
but that's always the implication. That's always the implication, but that's not the truth. If I got the link in my chat, that's a suggestion. You're lying to me, Kevin. Don't try and pull the wool over my eyes. If I put the link in my chat, that's called a conflict of interest if I'm making money on it. Now I can disclose that conflict of interest to you if I was going to be an honest business person.
I'm disclosing it for you. But let me ask you a
okay,
question.
so if I was going to
do you not think that everyone knows you're getting a kickback from that? So it's not the fact
no.
that
We can't play the everyone knows. Everyone knows how dashers get tipped. Everyone knows this. Nobody knows anything, Kevin. Here's a general ruler.
So your problem is
general
not
ruler is
saying
nobody
anything.
knows anything ever.
Okay. So you would be okay with it if I would say, hey, Jeff, you're going to do this. I'm going to suggest this to you. And for suggesting you, they're going to give me $5. You'd be okay with that if I said that?
Yeah, there's a link.
Okay.
Well, there's a link in my chat. I get because I advocate shipped. I'm allowed to get a referral bonus. I'm giving you some education here. That's a fair partnership. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Now here's the deal. If you do that, and then the next link down there is a payday loan with Zach Drives Money Trains. Now I'm coming after you, Keever. Now I'm just going to say, Keever, you flipped sides on me. You're doing dog shit. See. So it's not just a matter of conflict of interest. It's what is the conflict of interest? Is it a conflict of interest that's in the best interest of your audience? Or is it a conflict of interest that makes you a piece of dog shit, scamming, lying catfish, like asking for sluts? Like, which is it?
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that it was the act of the person not telling you that they're benefiting from it.
Right. So here's a good deal. So one of the things they want to do this whole time, Keever, is they want to wait. They're waiting for me, a person who literally owns nothing and has no money. They're waiting for me to ever ask for 1 cent from my audience so they can see, I told you, Jeff Black is just a predatory capitalist who wants to make money off of you. They're waiting for that, Kevin. They're waiting. There's like 100,000 people just sitting there holding their breath for the first time anybody ever helps me with anything or ever buys anything from me for money. because I've given away so much. They think this guy's stupid. We can just make him work for free forever. Well, I got to eat, Kevin. I got to have a roof over my head. I've been, relatively homeless for most of the last, traveling around, living in different places, just trying to find a home. And I'm getting real old, Kevin. I'm getting real tired. So,
Mhm.
they're going to have that mud to sling at me like, oh my God, this guy's a predatory capitalist. He wrote a book and he made a movie and he wants people to pay to see it. So that's going to have to happen at some point, Kevin, because I don't have any money and I got to eat and I got to have a roof over my head.
Mhm.
And I got to get old and kick the bucket at some point, and hopefully, I'll be able to afford one of them mushroom suits so I can compost myself under a tree. Under the bed, in the best case scenario, I'm going to compost myself. Now, uh, so is that a conflict of interest, right? Let's talk about what a conflict of interest is, because so there's a lot of things in this gig economy that smack of conflict of interest, like rideshare professor, this guy in the news right now with Uber Jeep Arizona. See, this guy has a lot of conflicts of interest, right? He runs some other businesses on the side. He's profiting from. He's on the YouTubes. He's got a lot of conflicts of interest, and it's kind of hard to figure out what this guy's motivation is when he's got so many big funders. You see what I'm saying? It's not
Mhm.
just a $5 referral for Gig, Drive, and Thrive, who's giving great shift advice, which is totally legitimate. I'm not coming
Mhm.
after you that for that, Kevin. But when you get in on the rideshare guy payday loan scam, now I'm going to kick you in the balls. See,
Yeah.
now you got a problem with the old dad dash. I'm going to straighten you out. I'm going to slap you in the face and go, Kevin, what the fuck are you doing? What kind of person did I raise? And I don't want you to be like that. Okay, that's like drunk driving. It's just putting people in the community at risk, and
Both
it's
of them.
you got to be better than that. We all got to be better than putting our fellow community members at risk.
Yeah.
And so that's real important. So now in this conflicts of interest, you got the same kind of thing with the Pedro, right? Pedro's taken so much money from so many people over so long, nobody knows what Pedro's interests anymore. We just know they're not us. I mean,
Yeah.
Pedro's interests are interests. Pedro wants three things from the world 99.9% of the time. This is from his own mouth. I'm not joking, Kevin, so don't laugh. It's kind
That's
of
what I've
sad.
heard.
He wants to be fed, fucked, or financed. That's it. He doesn't want to hear from you unless you can do one of those three things. So I have never planned on either feeding, fucking, or financing Pedro. I don't even plan to give him $49.99 for a hug, which means he has no use for me, Kevin.
Yeah.
That's why he comes out. That's why he's wanted to pick a fight with me, and he's gaslighted the community, everything for so long. He wants to ruin me, Kevin, because he
Mhm.
has no use for somebody telling the truth. Because I can't feed him, fuck him, or finance him.
So okay, and that's really, I guess, the crux of, because this is what I didn't understand before I started listening to you and Glitch Dash and everything. So what the
Eli had a bad birthday party, I hear. I don't
yeah,
know what that means, but
that's a
that's
video from I
ridiculous.
think a year
I,
ago.
Kevin, I'm like a million years old. I don't even celebrate my birthdays anymore. I'm like that fucking character in the Anne Rice book, Lestat. I just don't count my birthdays anymore, Kevin.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm 33 and I'm like,
Unless you get me a Barbie cake, I'm not really interested.
Okay.
If you get me a Barbie cake and my daughter's there, I'll probably have a good party with you.
Can you paint my toenails?
Yeah, for sure. Look, man, I'm into the girly stuff. I love that shit. No, I love me, my daughter, man.
Yeah, me too. And I
Yeah,
got
I'm
two of them, and they're young.
big daughter fan. She's a good one. She's a real good one. She's real smart, much smarter than her dad. Thank God.
So the issue that you guys have always had has not necessarily been the in most instances, not necessarily the content. It's the lack of context. In saying that even if you have a good day, like I had a $300 day yesterday. I showed most of it during my stream. Somebody just got into an accident apparently.
Oh,
But I
geez.
don't.
See, this is the danger of the gig economy, man. Every single
There's
time
no
during
people.
my show, whatever guests I have, Kevin, are watching accidents. I'm not joking. This is how dangerous the job is, Kevin. Driving around the streets all day is a fucking dangerous job, and we're taking all the risk for the corporations who should
You
have the
see it?
fleet of banged up cars instead. Yeah, but we got the fleet of banged up cars, Kevin. We're a bunch
There's
of
nobody in
poor
there.
people with our own fleet of banged up cars. That's what we are. We're impoverished app slave with a fleet of banged up cars, thanks to corporate America.
So there's nobody in there, which means they got into an accident and probably couldn't afford the tow truck, so they just left it there.
Yeah, and for all we know, they might have been doing gig work too.
But so for me, like, I did, so with these ride-alongs, except for the $700 in one day, the issue with that everyone has is more so the fact that you're not saying like, hey, this is a really good day I had in my market, but your market might not be as good as this. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm in Columbus is probably the best market I've only been in 2 markets, but it's a lot better than the last market I was in, and the potential is there where I can have, if I were to get up in the morning every morning and do an Amazon flex shift, I could easily make $300 every single day. But some days I just don't want to do that.
Right.
And I know, and I guess this is where my thought process, because I thought in the past, like, hey, like, obviously you should know that my market is different than yours. Obviously you should know that these tips that I'm giving may or may not work for you.
Right.
But like,
but see, here's one problem. Here's one problem, Kevin, just to break in a little bit. Remember, we're in a virtual game world in multiple gig apps all at the same time. And so we keep repeating these things. My market might not work for you. No, no, no. I'm a market of one was my thing, because I think we even need to be more specific. We need to say it's not just that my market won't work for you, it's that there is no market. It's just me and a computer AI system playing a game, and I'm losing. And as long as, well, I'm losing the game to the AI, I'm making a profit. Okay, I'll lose to AI, but you're never winning. You've never won. You've never beaten the AI. It's impossible. You can't beat it. It's a game. It's a game you can't beat. There is no end to the game. There's no final play. So so this is the problem, though. So you would think that I'm stating the obvious, but what percentage of gig app workers don't know they're in the singularity, don't know they're in a game world, don't know they're being exploited, don't know it's not an organic marketplace, don't know that they're being moved around by computer AI, not by a real marketplace. And so that's just the worst kind of fraud at all. They're defrauding and stealing human consciousness, which is despicable at so many levels, Kevin. And so I think we just have to be real careful when we're talking to people in the gig economy space, which doesn't exist, right? But on this gig tube, in this gig tube space, we have to be real careful about taking anything for granted, taking anything as obvious, because nothing is obvious. Most of us are living in an illusion of our own creation. We're living in that narrative in our head about what this DoorDash company is doing, and in fact, we don't exist. We're just an NPC. We're just a moving piece. We're just a playing piece of a computer. There's nothing that any of us do that make any difference. So the best you can do is just accept economically viable offers, not accept non-economically viable offers. Never gamble, never guess, never play any of their games, never listen to any of their promotions, never do anything of their streaks or anything, because there's no metrics. They're going to screw you out of whatever you're earning, right? There's no metrics, so it's all just a game of baiting, and everybody in this entire space has become a masturbator, Kevin. And we go through this daily. But if your best skill as a labor is being a masturbator, you got yourself some problems.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted. I muted myself.
So, and I guess the whole not assuming that people understand is the same premise of understanding why these tips and tricks videos still do so good algorithmically, is because there's so many people coming in. So because the door is continually cycling,
it's by design, Kevin.
Oh,
Look,
yeah, no, I know
look.
that.
So there's no training, there's no readable, usable documentation, there's no orientation, there's no videos, there's no real support, there's no real value. You're just a human Kleenex, you're human fuel to be used and exploited and then thrown out. Remember, most of the new app slaves fail, which is even better, because they never have to report that labor laundering to the government. They never have to pay any taxes on it. They don't have to do any paperwork. These people just come and go. They could be prostitutes, they could be sex workers, they could be fake accounts, they could be wives, cousins, uncles, or dead people. We don't know. It doesn't matter. The fact is, DoorDash doesn't really fucking care. If they cared, they solve the problem. Now, what do they care about? They care about customer fraud a little bit because it's too aggravating. So they're doing this code system or signatures or whatever. They're worried about the fraud of them losing money and losing customers. They're not worried about you getting blamed for the fraud, or they'd watch your back. They're not watching you back. You're the fucking scapegoat every fucking time. They'll just decapitate you for any reason or no reason at all. And so they love having you as a scapegoat that can be decapitated for any erosion. You move to a different state, Kevin, they're just going to decapitate you instead of deal with your new driver's license. It's a great scam. And see, then they make you more desperate, Kevin. Then when you come back, you're like, I don't want to piss off that AI. It'll decapitate me again. So you live in fear, Kevin. Kevin, do you live in fear?
Not really.
Okay, that's good.
But
But
there's
see,
a deeper level. There's
a
a deeper
lot of
level of
people
that.
do. A lot of people do. A lot of people get up every day and they're like, oh my God, I got a contract violation. I got a customer complaint. I'm all upset. They go home, they drink, they smoke, they're upset. They're all pissed off. They can't, they get deactivated for a couple days. They can't earn any money. Nobody will answer their phone, give me answers. It's crazy making, Kevin. That level, they're messing with people's lives. They're putting people out of apartments and into cars by their negligence, and it's negligence. But it's willful negligence. They're hurting people on purpose with these apps because it's how they make money, Kevin. They don't make as much money from a veteran driver like you as they do from a new rube that they can send out on dog shit errands and never pay taxes upon. So you see what I'm saying, Kevin? It's all set up for you to lose. So you're losing, Kevin, most of the time. So what's your strategy for winning?
That's a very broad question. I mean,
It is a broad question, but this is a broad show. It's a broad show. Like, how do you take this dog shit matrix where most people are living in illusions? Now you're stepping up. You're trying to be a community leader, and you're doing a real good job of it, Kevin, because you're educating the people. You're actually driving around doing the job without breaking any car windows. It's real admirable, Kevin. And I think part of the deal is just show people what actual gig work looks like and discuss the business aspects of it, including the expenses and the opportunities and the risks, as opposed to just being like a Pedro and go like, well, I worked 6 days. I worked 6.5 or 7 days this week and I made $2,000. Aren't I really cool? But never telling anybody exactly how much you made per hour, exactly what the expenses were. Just putting up numbers that are just like his rage porn, right? This is just number porn. It's like, oh my God, I got a boner. Pedro's got $2,000 in a week in St. Louis. I'm so hard right now, Kevin. And so that's what they want. He wants rage porn. He wants dollar porn. That's all Pedro's got left. He doesn't have any information to share. It's just like, I did this Instacart order and this customer was a fucking miserable clown, Kevin. I'm so angry.
breaking news. I just got a gamble order 6+ for an additional 1.9 miles. So
Okay,
we are.
can we
I will
bet
keep
on?
you up to
I'm gonna
date.
bet on the. I'm gonna bet on that 6. I'm gonna bet on
Hey.
that 6. We're gonna stick in here with you, but I'm gonna bet. Is it a +6+ or is it just a 6+?
It is a +6+, and the two.
So it's double
this is
plus.
important. This is important. It is a chef salad and a Caesar salad.
Okay, so it's a salad eater. That is important, Kevin. When you got yourself salad eaters, they are likely to be slightly better tippers, slightly more conscious. You got yourself salad eaters. That's a good thing. Beef eaters are a lot of times like Matthew Arredondo. They're not real flexible. Okay, so that's a good sign based upon the signals. Now, see, this is Pedro. This is Pedro
Renee.
level. This is Pedro level fortune telling here, Kiever. Based upon the salad order, I'm going to guess that +6+. I'm going to say that +6+. I'm going to blow you out of the water here, Kiever. I'm going to say 825. I'm going to say you gambled well. I'm going to say you gambled well. You're going to get a $2.25 overpay here, Kiever. That's it. And it's based upon the salad and my knowledge of the economy.
I'll take that.
Okay. We're real excited. Are you going to get a receipt with this, Kiever?
I don't know.
Do they give you paper receipts over there, Kiever?
No. Why would they?
They don't? I don't know. I used to get lots of paper receipts from DoorDash.
Oh, no. Never.
I always gave them to the customer. I never gave a fuck. I'm like, here's the receipt. You should know.
You should.
I don't think you're supposed to do that, but I always did it. Nobody ever said I shouldn't. I mean, they said I shouldn't, but nobody ever stopped me. I guess is the deal, Kevin.
Yeah.
Nobody ever stopped me. Nobody ever made me stop. Is the problem? Here's the thing. This wasn't the problem for me so much, but nobody ever made me stop.
DoorDash for Renee.
I think you're supposed to get decapitated if you give the customer a receipt. Is that true, Kevin?
It's against policy. Thank you.
I heard that. You don't want the customer knowing the real cost of the goods. It'll screw up the three-sided marketplace, Kevin.
That is true. It is a triangle. It is
it's a triangle. It's like the Bermuda Triangle. Shit just fucking disappears everywhere, Kevin.
Or one could say it's part of the all-seeing eye. But
it's a godly system that's very ungodly, is what it is. It's an
yeah,
omnipotent system that's extremely ungodly. I wrote an article one time that's part of the book, but I released it as just a short article. It's called "AI is anything but godlike," and that's true.
yeah.
AI is absolutely anything but godlike.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think, now not specifically AI, but I think somewhere in the Bible it does talk about something in regards to, like, I don't remember. I heard it recently. Basically about humanity ending because of. No, that's not an exact quote. Don't quote me. I think there was
Kevin,
something.
if you went into like the asking for slots casino, would you tip over the tables?
If there was a can of cherry Diet Coke,
Yeah.
or if there was some cereal, I would definitely, like, if they offered. And if
Would
they
you
offered me
stumble?
some
Would you go to
cereal,
Would you like go to the casino market and just start tipping over tables and throwing merchandise around?
just talking about it makes me want to flip something.
Would you scream at the local sex workers sitting at the bar and say, "What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you blowing guys now? Why are you just sitting at the bar waiting for guys to come buy you drinks?" Would you get hard on the sex workers? Would you
I
unionize them? Would you employ them? Would you offer them DoorDash accounts under your tutelage as their poverty pimp?
uh,
There's a lot of questions to unpack there, Kevin. Can you answer all of them?
yes and yes and yes. That's all.
Okay, so that's yes to everything. Okay. So you are getting into into the pimp daddy sex worker unionizing organization.
I am thinking about it. It's something. Where is this? Is this? Oh, this is a virtual brand. We are virtual brand. This is six. Now this is
These salads are virtual brand?
this 6+6. It's in a Firebirds. It's called Noodles and Greens, and the greens obviously being the salad.
Oh, so it's at a
Firebird.
Firebird. So it's a restaurant. It's like a vortex of the matrices. It's a restaurant within a restaurant within a marketing plan.
Yeah. It's
Nice.
Firebirds is a higher dollar restaurant.
Right.
I don't
It's the
know.
one,
If they're
it's the
virtual
one with
brand.
like where it's like the War Eagle on Always Sunny. It's like
I think so. Yeah, Fight Milk.
yeah.
Yeah,
I got a shoulder injury, Kevin. That hurt me. I got a shoulder injury. I got to
you
get
should
looked at. That hurt.
probably drink more Fight Milk.
I got to be careful with the wing flapping in here. I got a shoulder injury. It's God dang
I'll send you
it.
some Fight Milk that'll help with the healing.
Getting old sucks balls, my friend. Getting old sucks balls. Now, our friend Sinful Toaster reminds us it's a toaster, but it says don't drink Diet Coke, fake sugar, and it says so on the side of the can. Sounds like Sinful Toaster is a healthy toaster, doesn't like the chemicals in its soda pop and cocaine.
That is a good idea.
Kevin, if you do a lot of Coke, it's really good for your diet. It'll pump you up, get you moving, send your metabolism racing. You consume a lot of Coke, you're going to have a lot of energy, Kevin.
That is what I've heard. Although I hear a side effect is extremely aware and large nostrils.
Okay, well, we've got a counterpoint in the chat from Sinful Toaster. They drink Pepsi 24/7 with the real sugar, Kevin.
I don't think that's real. Can you drink? I don't think you can literally drink
Pepsi has real. It
24/7.
says real sugar on the fucking can, Kevin. Corporate America wouldn't lie to you.
Did you know that 99% of vitamins, unless they are NSF certified, aren't actually what they say they are?
Oh yeah,
You know
vitamins. There's no regulation in the supplement vitamin industry. They could
Well,
just,
there is.
They could just
There
put
is.
dried crystallized horse piss in there and tell you it's vitamin D and it'll be fine.
Well, there is a certification that you can get, but 99%.
It's voluntary. It's voluntary. It's
Yeah.
like Pedro. 99% of them just want you to fuck them, feed them, or finance them. Only like 0.001% submit their dog shit to testing. That's the supplement market. It's real good. It's a good way to make money. Now, Bigfoot Dasher, Bigfoot. You can't do this. Don't do this at home if you're a human. But Bigfoot can snort coke 24/7 and be just fine. We're impressed. We love that Bigfoot. That Bigfoot knows how to see the sun come up. Coke 24/7. Bigfoot knows how to play the game. Bigfoot's also a gamer, man. Bigfoot can play Madden football. Bigfoot can play Red Dead Redemption. Bigfoot can like fly helicopters and shit. Bigfoot's got a lot of talent and snorts coke 24/7, which helps with the video gaming, Kevin.
That's what I've heard. I have known many people who partake in the cocaine snorting.
Right.
For the
I don't
use
think
of-
I don't think the person inside Bigfoot. I think it's more metaphorical cocaine for a metaphorical pretend Bigfoot, but it's funny.
that you know of.
Right.
Hello.
He says his Bigfoot Dasher says one of them Bigfoot daughters got the COD skill.
Thank you. Oops, sorry.
The Bigfoot daughters are gamers too. Bigfoot's got him a cadre of daughters that'll just game your ass off.
Let's see. So we have. It doesn't say anything. Wow, it's getting cold here.
Yeah, it's cold here. We had frost. Kiever, here in Oregon, we had frost on the cars and the plants this morning. I got my last tomatoes cooked yesterday, Kevin.
It's crazy.
And I raked up the leaves in the yard. Not all of them. They're not all falling yet, but I got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin, did you just hit your head for the second day in a row? It's a second. Listen, Kevin, 1 out of every 5 Amazon delivery drivers was injured on the job in 2021. You're 2 for 2. 2 days in a row, we got a Kevin head injury. We got a Kevin head injury on camera 2 days in a row. We're all going to get rich here from the testicular overpay on the job injuries of the global gig economy. This is a very dangerous job you got there, Kiever.
Well, I'm good. It's not as bad as when my wife shut that same door on my forehead one time.
Yeah.
Wives are more dangerous than the gig economy when it comes to your doors on the hatchback of the closing door.
Oh God, Kevin, you want to know the worst thing I ever did to myself? And this is absolute fucking fact. Okay, so I lived in Colorado and I had this real nice house, real nice cars, making huge money, living the big life. Got 2 kids and stay-at-home mom, just living great, man. Got my dream house, the whole thing.
Corporate show, go.
Oh yeah, corporate. I wasn't. See, that's the problem. Is I sucked at being a shill, man. I pissed people off all the time, and I quit on my 5th anniversary when I vested in my fully in my employee stock purchase plan. So they didn't like me very much when I did that. They were mad at me for leaving. But I quit on my 5th year anniversary. That tells you how much I loved it, Kevin. I loved it. I loved it so much that I left the first day that I could. The first fucking day I could legally leave, Kevin, I did it. And so that tells you how much I enjoyed it. Now, I had a point about that. So we got ourselves one of them Honda Odysseys because we had these little kids, right? Real nice, brand new, fucking spanking new Honda Odyssey. Great car. One of my favorite cars ever. Not the coolest car, but God damn it, you could take a lot of shit in that fucking Honda Odyssey.
It's like a mid-sized SUV, right?
Oh, man, it's huge. You can take the seats out, flatten them down, dude. You can put a full-size mattress in that fucking thing. It's amazing. So anyway, so I'm in there and I go into my giant 3-car garage, right? Because I have a giant 3-car garage because I'm making shit tons of money, like 6 figures, like way up there, right? Okay, so but I have lots of kids to raise and shit. I spent it all. It's all gone. Don't get all excited for it now. It's all gone. Anyway, so I go in there and I'm taking something out of the back, right? And I close the garage door, and so I'm standing behind the back bumper of my car. And I take it like this. Look at me, Kiever. And so I take the thing like this, and I pull the hatchback of the van down, like I'm going to shut it, like I'm outside and the garage door is open, but it's not open, Kiever. And so my back goes into the garage door, and the hatch of the van comes down on the bridge of my nose, Kiever. Oh, Kiever, let me tell you something. When you slam a Honda Odyssey hatchback on your nose and you slam your back and your head against the garage door, let me tell you something, Kiever. You're going to see stars, my friend. You're just going to see stars. I will never forget the moment I slammed my face in a car door. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's just a story about my younger days, Kevin.
So when you were speaking on Pedro slamming kids' hands in the doors, you're speaking from experience, basically.
I'm speaking from experience. I slammed my face in a fucking in a Honda Odyssey hatchback once, and it just, oh man, one of the worst things I ever did in my life, Kevin. Lucky I didn't fucking kill myself right there, Kevin.
I'd recommend next time you're in that situation, don't do that.
No, I never have made that mistake again, man. I'm afraid to close garage doors. I got PTSD or PGSD, post garage door trauma syndrome or something to that effect.
Sounds like a good idea. All right, let's
Oh
see.
man, I'd rather have testicular overpay than shut my face in another Honda Odyssey hatchback.
Is that another accident?
Kevin, it's the roads are fucking dangerous out here. You got to get your EMT training if you're going to be a dasher, so you can provide medical support.
There's I don't think there was an accident. There's a guy with his flashers on. He's not flashing anyone, but his flashers are on.
Oh shit! Listen, Kevin, in Bloomington, Indiana, right down there by the university. So there's a big, like, what, 3 lanes? Is it what? So 2 lanes and a turn lane and a center lane, and then 2 lanes and a left turn lane. So that's 7 lanes altogether if we're doing the calculus of sociology, right? And then there's a fucking McDonald's on the other, going the other way. So it's like an intersection like this. There's a McDonald's over here. There's fucking like the Denny's is over here. You got
all you had to say was McDonald's. I'm already for the story. Let's go,
dude. Let me tell you something. Every fucking day. This is a fucking highway. This is a state highway here. You see, between Bloomington and the town just to the west of Bloomington. So you drive out there all the time. Every fucking day, there's just a massive wreck there, man. Just a disaster. Just a disaster. Just carnage. You're like, holy shit. Does nobody literally know how to drive anymore? And I think the answer is that no, nobody literally knows how to drive anymore, Kevin.
Hey, you want to hear a cool story about in-app navigation?
Yeah, in-app. That's one of the perils of the gig economy. DoorDash will send you to Cleveland.
Just fucking.
Good morning, Brian. We got Brian DoorDash Sucks in the house. Everybody say hi to Brian. We saw a great preview yesterday on great show yesterday on FlexiPants. I talked to Brian on the phone yesterday. We had a meeting of the two. Thomas Schubeck checked in. Everybody's well. Everybody's good. Sun in those strawberry blonde pubes. It's just it's a good Saturday morning. We're having fun. We're driving around with Kiever. He's teaching us things. We're learning. We're growing. We know that we're not ever going to say pre-planning again. We know a lot. We've learned that nothing is obvious in the gig economy and that we're all living in a world of illusion. That's just a summary of where we are so far. Brian says the video last night had me coughing up too long. Please stop. John Billings is a funny guy, and I had to rebroadcast the whole John Billings broadcast because that dickbag catfish asking for sluts. What's the name of that? Dad Dash Steve asking for 13 sluts or whatever. That guy put a false copyright strike on it, so I had to play the whole thing again because the whole thing got blocked for like 10 minutes of analyzing his dog shit content. You believe that, Kiever?
Yeah, I remember that was hilarious watching you watch. I didn't rewatch the one you posted because I already seen it live.
Right,
but it was funny. And
yeah, so Bigfoot Dasher says, "I think my market is just not using DoorDash anymore." Well, that's going to happen, Bigfoot Dasher, because here's the thing: DoorDash is not competitive, right? DoorDash is dog shit company, right? DoorDash treats its gig workers as app slaves, fleeces its consumers. Fleeces its merchants and restaurants. It's literally bad for everybody. It's bad for the entire world. It's the invention of app slavery. There is no innovation. The only innovation is in exploiting you. So if it seems real bad, that's because it's real bad. And so if your market's not using DoorDash anymore, it's probably because the customers are figuring out that the bait and switch, because they're masturbators too. The bait and switch, right? The prices are going up. They're not getting the discounts. See, DoorDash has this down to a science. They're controlling how to make you shop, what you buy, when you buy it, coupons, offers, 50% off, free deliveries, promotional programs. They're throwing shit at consumers left, right, and center. Just email, text, through the in-app stuff, offers, this, that, right? They're just getting you addicted. They want the customers addicted to the DoorDash gambling, just like the app slaves are addicted to the DoorDash gambling. And they want the restaurants, and merchants, well, to be somewhere between addicted and trapped. Well, they want the restaurants and merchants to believe they just have to be in the DoorDash cabal, because if they don't, then they're going to get hosed by Firebird restaurants selling dog shit salads. under a brand that
Well,
doesn't exist, which consumers hate. Consumers don't want to be lied to, Kevin. They polled consumers on ghost restaurants. Consumers don't like them. They want to know where their food's made. They don't want fake brands, Kevin. That's not what consumers want.
yeah. Uber Eats does it all the time, and like they will always send out in terms of like offering promotions. I always get notifications from Uber Eats, and I very rarely use it. That'll say like if you spend 30 at this restaurant, we'll give you $10 off, or we'll give you this free sandwich. In DoorDash, you look at DoorDash and they're like, hey, you'll get no delivery fee if you pay $10 a month.
Right. I mean, look, there's always another offer. There's always another thing, right? They're going to do streaks. They're going to do anything. But remember, nothing that they do ever has a metric attached to it. They're never making a real commitment to you. They're just telling you that things may happen and that you may get rewards in heaven. And if you're caught up in the gambling game and the video game, you believe in the rewards in the fake DoorDash heaven. You're going to go to heaven. You're going to have a unicorn gangbang with Pedro in the DoorDash heaven. It's all going to be fun, but it's just a game. You're just playing Mario Kart. I mean, Pedro's a great character. Maybe you like to play with the Pedro. Maybe you think the Pedro has a real cool car, got great stickers, great hair. Everything about that game piece is the kind of game piece you want to play. Well, that's fun and everything, but it's not real.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking more from the customer aspect of it. The fact that they will send out, I'll get notifications as a customer to say, hey, if you use Uber Eats, then you'll get a reward or whatever. Whereas DoorDash literally does nothing for the customers. They pay us less, and everything else is just like, we're the biggest, so you have to use us, and it's just like, fuck you.
Yeah, well, see, that's what Uber Jeep Arizona Jeff always talks about, the drivers not mattering all and the drivers coming in last, and the rideshare space doing nothing for the drivers. So he's getting attacked by larger content creators, such as the rideshare professor. And what do those folks have in common? Just like we talked about before, the conflicts of interest. When somebody is standing up against some obvious truths, and then you look at them and they've got a whole bunch of conflicts of interest, it's not real hard to figure out who's on the right side of transparency and who's not, Kevin. It's real easy to spot, for me anyway. And I hate to say things are obvious, but it's real easy to spot for me that Uber Jeep Arizona Jeff is a credible source, and that anybody trying to pretend that Uber Jeep Arizona isn't a credible source is probably not a credible source. Does that make sense, Kevin?
Well, and the funny thing is it's not funny, but you said the bigger content creators. If you look at, and this is the layman's of people who look at content, they're going to see that Rideshare Professor has all these subscribers, but they don't think to look up, all right, how many views are his videos getting? And Uber Jeep Arizona is getting the same or double than what Rideshare Professor is getting, and they think because Uber Jeep subscribers is a 10th or a 5th or whatever it is of, I think it's a 10th, they're a 10th of what Rideshare Professor does. And the reason why they're a 10th is because when you are affiliated with all these companies and you get all these partnerships, obviously the algorithm favors you to get more views based off of what you're. I'm chewing gum. Got the gum chewing. I'm not chewing gum. Sorry, I get distracted by your chat. I feel like Eli. When you're favored and you've got all these sponsorships, you're going to get pushed to this audience. So all this fake subscriber base is fake influence that customers say, oh, this guy's got 60,000 subscribers. He must know what he's talking about. Where Uber Jeep has, I think, 6,000, 7,000, 10,000, whatever it is. Like, they don't take what he says as seriously just because we're taught bigger number means bigger, smarter guy.
Well, this is
actually look at.
So this is the thing, Kevin. So if I was gonna give you the cheat sheet for business school, here's something about marketing. This is great. This is why I liked being a consultant, Kevin, is I'd sit down with a CEO like yourself and we just talk business all day. I just get paid to talk to people all day. It's amazing. It's a great job, especially if they're giving you like $100 an hour, Kevin. It's a good job just to sit down and talk to people for $100 an hour. I like doing it. If anybody wants to give me $100 an hour out there, to talk to him. I am available. I still am a professional consultant. And if you want to give me $100 an hour, we can just talk. And I'll tell you real things that matter about business. I ain't going to give you, I'm not going to like try and inculcate you into my cult and make you drink any Kool-Aid. But, you know, if you want, I'm a real business professional. You can look at my LinkedIn and I'll help you with your business. But anyway, Kevin, the point was, the point you were making was a real important one. Kind of restate that point and set me up again because my mind just left me.
Want me to restate what I said?
Yeah.
The entire thing?
Yeah. Well, no, just the short story, the cliff notes, just to help old Dad Dash his mind here.
So Brian, sorry, not Brian. Jeff.
Oh yeah. No, I got it already. Yeah, I got it. I just needed a prompter. I'm not real stupid. I just get distracted. So okay, here's the deal. Okay, so there's something in the market, Kevin, called signals. Okay, and so price
Called what?
signals. You get signals in the market, and so price is actually one of the signals of value. So when a consumer looks at Kevin's hair products, Kevin's hair jizz, they're going to go, well, if Kevin's hair jizz is $10.99 and Pedro's hair jizz is $6.99, Kevin's hair jizz is probably better. Now, Kevin's hair jizz may be worse, it may be better, or it may be the same, but Kevin's selling his hair jizz at $10.99 and Pedro's selling his hair jizz at $6.99. How do you know which one to buy? See, that's real complex. Now, see, there's a lot of signals because there's marketing brands. Like you could say, Pedro has the Jesus hair. So if I can get myself some Jesus hair for $6.99 with the Pedro hair jizz, that's a real good deal. I know the Pedro, he's got great hair. I want to have Jesus hair. I don't want to look like a proud boy. I don't want to look like Kevin. And driving around in Ohio look like a proud boy with shaved sides of my head. So that person might choose the Pedro hair because of the Pedro recommendation. Like, you want to be like Pedro, you want the Jesus hair like Pedro. Now, it could be somebody else. It could be like me, who thinks your hair is a stone cold 69 out of 69, and I don't care what the fucking price is. This could be like $18.99 hair jizz. I want my hair to be like Kevin. It's the only thing I want, and I will pay any price. And especially, I even like it if that is $18.99. I'm like, that's so much fucking better than the Pedro hair jizz. It's got to have the best product ingredients in it and everything else. That may or may not be true. See, so there's so many things, but you're signaling to me with your marketing and with your price that you're a superior product. Now, the same thing happens in the rest of industries, right? That each of these gig app purveyors, each of these people, each of these things, they're putting out messages of be like us, do like this, be successful like this. This is the branding. This is what quality means. This is the signal that I'm giving. Since this one is shinier, this one's better. If this one's not shinier, this one's not better. But see, we don't know. Those are all just many signals of things. And so when you get something like the global gig economy with artificial intelligence that can give you a million false signals, Kevin, your little mind's just like a pretzel. You're no smarter than Pedro at this point, which is, think about that.
So just a quick update. We are arrived at the 6+6+. So we will find out the answer.
It's a 2+er. It's a 2+er, and Kevin, my prediction was 825. It's a +6+. It's not a 6+. It's not a 6. It's a +6+. In this gambling game, and besides, it's salads from a ghost kitchen +6+. So I'm taking all these market signals, Kevin, and I'm surmising a complete and total wild ass guess about this artificial intelligence +6+. I'm holding my breath, Kevin. What's going to happen?
I'll find out right now.
Bigfoot Dasher's coming in a quarter above me on the Price is Right. Bigfoot Dasher's trying to cuck me with the price. He's only leaving me 25 cents because you got it. You can't be over it. You got to be under it. It's like the Price is Right. Thanks for cucking me, Bigfoot Dasher. What do we got?
$7.
Oh my goodness. So Bigfoot Dasher, you lost even worse than me. I lost as well. If there's anybody in the chat that did $7 under, the Price is Right, you win. Congratulations on the game. Kevin, that is once again exactly a 16.6% gambling win for you. How do you feel about a 16.6 repeating percent gambling win today, Kevin?
Well, if anything, if not anything, you can say the gambling is consistent. 16.6%.
Well, there's lots of consistencies in a fake game, Kevin. Every time you play a fake game, it's going to be relatively consistent in a lot of ways because it's not organic. It's not the real world. You're not going to have the surprise. It's just going to be game elements just happening again and again.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exhausting. It's exhausting to have me as your consultant, isn't it? I wear people out, man. These CEOs, they get done with me. They go, "Holy fuck, my business is a disaster." I'm like, "Yeah, it kind of is, but it'll be all right." That's really what I say, and then I just hold their hand for a few days, and just take them out to lunch, and we go to breakfast, then we go to some lunch, then we drink, then we take a walk. It's a tough job, Kevin. I got to do a lot of talking. It's a big talking job. You got to talk. You got to write stuff down too. I have to write stuff. I have to go research call a whole bunch of people. I have to talk to all the executives. Have to figure out their business plan. Have to talk to their customers. It's a lot of work, Kevin. It sounds easy, but they don't pay me $100 an hour for nothing, Kevin.
So you've been pretending to be a writer for people since then?
Well, yeah, I do that too. I do that for free. I do that for free.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's the free part. I sometimes pay some bills and eat some food and live in some housing based upon the other work I do. But it's pretty modest, Kevin. It's pretty modest. And right now I'm solidly in the negative. I got a dead cell phone, Kevin. I don't even got a cell phone these days. I'd be one badass gig worker with no cell phone.
So I have to question you because I don't know about you, or I don't know about Glitchdash. I know he doesn't have one. Glitchdash and myself do not have a desktop, but you have a Mac computer.
I do.
So are you a fraud, and are you scamming the people?
No. I've had a Mac computer for a very long time. One of my first Mac computer, here's an interesting thing. So my first Mac computer actually died in the first 2 months when I was working on the book last year. This is my second Mac computer, and I got it from a place called Back Market. It's a used Mac computer because I can't.
Did you say Backpage?
Yeah.
Did you say Backpage? I thought they closed that down.
Back Market. Backpage is outlawed. That's where you that's where you find your sex workers for your DoorDash scam, Kevin. You go to the back pages. But so Back Market, I got this very Mac right here, which is a little bit smaller. It's a 21.5-inch, Kevin. I had a 27 before. This is hard on me. Yeah, I lost myself 5.5 inches. I'm not pleased with it. I'm upset about it, but I've made it work. This one's a lot lighter. It was a lot easier to move in the car from Bloomington to here. So I appreciate that. This is a 21.5-incher. I got myself a 2-year warranty. Used. I got it for like $500. It was a hell of a deal, Caber.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to.
Black market. Now somebody's asking me if it's a black market. Y'all are going to get me arrested. We don't need the FBI. They've already had their way with me, Kevin. It's called back market. Just keep the FBI out of my chat. It's called back market.
Listen,
it's not black market.
I don't care.
It's not back page. Listen.
What you do on back page?
I got no prostitutes to help you with. I got no sex workers. I got no black market goods. This is called back market. You can look it up on the interwebs. It's not mine. There's no conflict of interest. I'm not getting paid to tell you, but I did get a pretty affordable Mac on here, Keeper.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because some people in the community have questioned your poor ability when you have a very nice MacBooks or Mac computer.
Yeah, so it's a desktop. It's an iMac. It's technically an iMac. Yeah. I also have Keever. When I worked at the restaurant where I work, where I injured the shoulder that's going to need surgery because I'm so old. But the restaurant that I helped manage and I worked with, and I actually served gig workers. I did that for 3 months as a consultant when I came back to Oregon. So that shoulder I injured and everything, I used that money to buy here this spectacular mic, Keever.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Well, that clears up a lot for all of us who were questioning, and I think we can move forward now.
Yeah. So the problem I got though, Keever, technically at this moment is my keyboard's completely fucked. My keyboard's really fucked. I wear the nubs right off the thing first of all because I type too much and I type too fast, and I must have abrasive fingers because I go through keyboards, Kevin. I go through fucking keyboards. You wouldn't believe it how many keyboards I've been through, and it's not.
No, I believe it. Your polls a lot of the times don't make sense because your keys are so messed up. So that does explain something else.
No, some of them are sticking now, Kevin. It's driving me crazy. I can't work like this. I can't work under these conditions. I can't work. I'm a professional. Well, it is my fault. It's got a lot of weed dust stuck in there. It's had a lot of stuff happen to it. It's all fucked up now, Kevin. I got to get myself another keyboard fast soon.
Yeah.
And I got no
Well, I'm
phone,
just
Kevin.
glad that-
I got no phone. You want to call me on the phone, Kevin? You can't.
Well, you know what? That's why Pedro never got a hold of you. That's why Pedro never got a hold of
Well,
you.
that's why. No, I had my phone. I had my phone already for a whole long time when Pedro had my phone number. That's not the excuse. That's not why Pedro didn't.
Well, he had
call.
he had the intention of calling you like this past week, and it wasn't working.
Yeah.
He's busy. He's a busy man. Listen, when you are the savior of the gig economy and your hair is like that, like you're busy. You do not have enough time to deal with.
I gotta
all
go.
these sycophants.
I gotta go with the cap, Kevin. I broadcasted last night till 2:30 in the morning, and I got up at 6 and got in your chat, Kevin. I'm giving you all I got, Captain.
Listen, I am a little. I'm glad you went as far as you did because we don't have that bastard glitch dash. So
We don't.
I woke up.
We're filling in. We're filling in because look, we can't let the network drop as we're heading up toward the holiday pube sale. This is the fundraising event of the year. Strawberry blonde curly pubes. If you don't have one, you're gonna want one. They're fresh. We've got where they're collected via Schubeck Industries latex bodysuit. We keep them fresh. We keep them clean. We save them for you, every single one. Schubeck pubes. What are you getting your family for Christmas, Kevin?
What's in your wallet?
Yeah, what's in your wallet? It's wallet. It's UALETT. When you need your loan shark and when you need your payday loans, if you got to find yourself some sex workers, if you need to dip your wick and there's just no other way to do it, you might want to get yourself a payday loan, Keever.
That is true.
Keever, you're married. You're married.
I gotta restart. I can't hear you. Did you mute yourself, or is that just me?
Oh, I'm muted. I'm muted. I'm not real smart, Keever. But I had a real good question that you missed. Kevin, you're married. Is it great going to home and going to bed with somebody that you can have sex with every night? Robert Reese says it's really great. Robert Reese says Robert Reese is a big fan of marriage. He's like, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna sleep with my wife. We're gonna have sex. We even have kids. I think it's awful. I can't understand why somebody lives like that. How bad is it for you, Kevin? And is the sex worth it?
Well, it is. I do like that he sleeps with the secretary. It is a controversial topic with most people, but I do approve of his sleeping with his secretary.
Kevin, have you now or will you ever think of the things that you could get up to in your car with your wife if she was your secretary? And I want you to take a minute and answer honestly. Just don't. Say that again. Have you now or will you ever think of the things that you could do with your wife in your car if she was your secretary and the kids had a babysitter? So it's a yes or no question, Keever. We're not going to let you Pedro out of this one. Have you thought of it or not? No. Are you thinking about it now, though?
But I have to.
Well, so it's a yes. So it's a yes. I said, have you now or will you ever? So it was a trick question and you failed, Keever. That's why I'm the host of the show and you're my punching bag.
I'm not very smart.
No, I'm a wily old coot. You don't want to get involved with me or Torp or Uber Chief Arizona. We just come to you out of left field. You don't know what the fuck's coming, Kevin.
Yeah,
it's gonna be bad. Simple Toaster wants to know if you were married for your hair. Did your wife, when she gave her vows, did she do her vows to you as a general person, or did she actually do her wedding vows to your hair? It's a fair question.
Yeah,
it's a fair question.
You know what? When we got married, I was a lot slimmer and a lot more in shape. I used to work out twice a day, every day before we got married.
Wow. And then, Kevin, did you have six-pack abs? And if so, do you have any pictures?
I didn't have six-pack abs because I focused more on my arms and but
I focus on my arms too. My arms are a real good feature. The women just love squeezing them arms. I focus on the arms too, Keever.
Yeah. And I did legs as well because legs are important.
Yeah, leg day.
Nobody wants legs.
It's also good because then you get a leg day.
That is true.
You always want to have the leg day. Now, Kevin, working in gig apps today, 60% say yes, 30% say no, 0% of people are not sure yet. Well, that's pretty good. Everybody's got their plans for the day, and 10% of the people are like me, college football, get off my lawn. So we got a 60, 30, 10. But everybody's got their plans today. Some of them are going to watch college football. Most of them are going to dash. Some of them aren't.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah. No, it was just the poll. I was just giving an update on the poll.
Oh, I voted.
Okay. Well, we know what you're doing. That's kind of obvious. Of all the things in the gig economy that are obvious, you can actually say that one's obvious, Kevin. We're watching you.
Actually, no, I didn't vote in that one. I lied.
Okay,
I'm
but
a liar.
we know your answer regardless. Now, Kevin, earlier you were talking about the fact that now I saw you this morning. You were actually commuting to your zone. How far away do you live from your zone? Or you?
Was I?
I don't know. I thought you were. Maybe I was confused because remember, I woke up and I was sleeping, and then I woke up and you were driving around. So I just assumed you were doing something stupid. What was your strategy, Kevin? And how far do you drive in order to do bad work?
So I live literally in the middle of everything.
Okay.
The way my zone is, I could sit in my house and get not the best orders, but I could get some to get me started, which would then give me a chain to continue to get orders.
Okay, so I basically pulled an old torperoony on you. I got all torqued and I had like 5% of the information.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
well, I
you were,
apologize. If
wrong.
we do that, we jump to conclusions sometimes. You know, Torp was in my chat last night, and then I also saw the Torp video. And here's the thing. So I watched the whole video, and he said my name a number of times, but I can't tell if he's mad at me or not.
Well, here's the thing. I'm 33 years old.
But I mean, he's Fred Flintstone. He's like, it's cartoon character, and so I don't really care. But I just couldn't tell. Like, if you gave me a poll and said, is Torp mad at you or no, I wouldn't be able to answer. I'd say not sure. I'd choose the not sure.
Well, here's the thing. I'm 33 years old. I've not watched any of Torp's videos because I haven't watched cartoons since I was a child.
Yeah, but the Flintstones is a good show, though. The Flintstones, they got Dino the dinosaur. They got cute women, a lot of misogyny, caveman ethics. It's pretty good.
They abuse animals such as dinosaurs. So.
Yeah, and they talk down to their women who stay at home and look pretty for them. It's all great. It's one of my favorite. It's a classic. It's what I watched growing up. It's how I developed my values, Keever.
Well, that's the one thing I took from that show, and that's why my wife raises our children, and I never come home.
Did you know?
I just go to strip club.
Did you know that cartoon is based upon the Honeymooners? Yeah, it's based upon the famous old TV show, The Honeymooners, with Ralph Cramden and Pow right in the kisser when he was threatened to beat up his wife. When that was comedy. That was comedy. No, that was great. That was comedy. That was sitcom hilarity, Kevin. If you threaten to punch your wife in the mouth, it's hilarious. I shit you not. That was like a catchphrase. That was like a catchphrase. Right? One more time, Keever. How? Right in the kisser. I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth out. That's how much I love you, baby. That's how much I love you.
Don't embarrass me in front of my friends.
Yeah, it's hot. It's hot. You know what the makeup sex is like after you punch a woman in the mouth, Keever?
Well, from my experience, it's great.
I've never done it, but I've heard when you watch. I'm assuming that Ralph Cramden really got down after he whacked that dumb '50s housewife in the face.
Well, in the Proud Boys, that's kind of our motto.
Do you think? Do you want to go? Are you going to go home and tell your wife, "Pow, right in the kisser"? If she says one more thing, you're going to go like, "Honey, one more thing," and it's going to be "Pow, right in the kisser."
No. Hello, how are you? Thank you. Have a great one. Well, what I like to do is I like to bring her out on a boat, and then she knows what to do because of the implications. So.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that was the point, though. See, I don't think in the show, Kevin, I didn't watch The Honeymooners because it was before my time. I mean, you can watch the repeats and stuff, but famous show. But I think the whole thing was about implications. I don't think that he ever in the show actually knocked his wife's teeth out, but he always threatened to do it, which made it funny. That's what made it funny is it's always the implication that he's going to knock his wife's teeth out and that he could knock his wife's teeth out. And it would be fine and funny if he did it, but he doesn't. That's why it's a sitcom.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, we've all wanted to do that too. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's the 50s for you, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the 50s were good times. That's when we say make America great again, I think we're often talking about punching women in the mouth.
Grabbing him by the pussy.
Yeah, well, that too. That too. That too. Although that came along, that was more of in the 2000s that we elevated there. In the old
Yeah.
days, it was just smacking him in the teeth, and that was hilarious. There was also like the rule, like if you watch the TV, I was telling my friend this. Do you know the good old you have to keep one foot on the floor, Kevin?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, yeah. If you watch any old movies or TV shows, there's a rule. The man and a woman can be on the bed together, but if you don't want somebody to get pregnant, one of them has to keep. They have to keep one foot on the floor, so they can lay back. They can get all nimbly pimbly and stuff. You got to keep a foot on the floor. That keeps you from getting pregnant. It's a good. You might want to try that with the wife. If she ever tells you she wants a fourth little critter in your house, just tell her I'm keeping one foot on the floor, honey. It's not happening.
Interesting. Maybe that
Yeah.
was.
Look, man, I got a wealth of information. You have no idea how fucking long my life has been. I'm exhausted. I'm so tired, man. I feel like I've been alive for like a million fucking years, Kevin.
Well, it's possible. You might have been.
Well, my beard is real gray and I'm aging at the rate of a US president. I was like 35. I was 35 when I started this book. I'm 55 now, Kevin. Pedro said
Listen.
so. Pedro said
Listen.
so. I started this book at 35 and I've aged 20 years in the last year and a half. That's how
Well,
bad I look right now. Look at this hair. Look at this, Kevin. It's all gray. It's gone. I can't wash that gray out of my hair, Kevin. It's not happening.
funny enough, you say aging like a U.S. president. Can we both agree that Donald Trump didn't age a fucking day?
No, Donald Trump's getting younger. It's the spray tanning and the hair and the maintenance and the putty. He's got face putty. You got
And the
yourself some hair
McDonald's.
putty. That guy's got some face putty. McDonald's. It's look,
Di-
and he's also got. Don't forget, this guy isn't like you and me. He didn't broadcast. He doesn't broadcast 13 hours a day. This guy like worked a few hours, watched some TV, and then had executive time in bed with his hamburgers. This is
Well,
this is
and
a
think
good
about it.
lifestyle. This is a good lifestyle. Plus, he had porn actresses come and visit him. His wife don't mind. It's just you can't imagine the good times going on at the Mar-a-Lago and the White House. That's a
Well,
lot of
and-
fun stuff. He
and
got
I
himself.
think we
He got
might-
himself these old ladies, these old patriotic broads, called themselves the Trumpettes and dressed themselves in one red, white, and blue. Any one of them 80-year-old women would shag that Trump in a heartbeat.
Well, think about it too. I think we might have been getting gaslit by. 1 second. What's going on here?
Well, we lost Kevin again, but I will tell you, if you don't know what a trumpet is, it's Trumpette. It's a real thing. It's trumpettes. They're his fan club. It's his cheerleaders. They hang out at the Mar-a-Lago, and they really put on a show. Those women know how to dress up. They love themselves some Donald Trump, and they show it, Kevin.
Yeah, so I don't know if you. I think Sinful Toaster might be gaslighting us because he said something about Diet Coke being cancer, but clearly it kept Donald Trump alive and young. So I don't know.
You know, Kevin, I think there really is. Billy Joel had a song called "Only the Good Die Young," and I think that may be a truism because some of the most evil motherfuckers I've ever seen in my entire existence just won't die, Kevin. They just won't fucking die, and it's real hard on all of us.
Well, I just wanted to breaking news again. We did get a 6+, not a +6+, another 6+.
Okay, so wait a minute. So it's not a +6+, it's just a 6+.
It is from a
Did they
Mexican
steal-
restaurant.
They stole one of the plus signs from your app.
Well, there's only one order, so.
Well, what does
I'm
that
delivering
mean?
an Uber order.
Oh, it's Uber.
So I'm delivering
Okay.
an Uber.
Okay, I thought it was
Just like in my
DoorDash.
video.
I thought
Yeah,
it was
just like in
DoorDash
my
changing
video.
the rules. Is there? So it's an Uber Eats. So in Uber Eats, you only get one plus sign.
Well, no. I'm delivering an Uber Eats order, and then I just got
Gotcha.
a DoorDash order for
Okay.
a 6+. It's my first DoorDash
Okay,
order.
but it's not a plus. It's not a +6+. It's just a 6+.
Just a 6+.
That concerns me, Kevin.
So this is a Mexican restaurant.
That's
2
worrying.
items.
They may
2
not be
items.
sending Kevin. They may not be sending their best. I would look out. I would look out for if when you walk in that store, if you see an anchor baby, you should run. If you see any anchor babies or anchor mamas, get the fuck out of there fast.
So
We're gonna be watching your back.
The first
Kevin.
item is a create your own combo. pick 3. So they chose a guacamole salad. So it's a salad with sour cream, refried beans, and a quesadilla and shredded chicken quesadilla.
Yeah.
And then the second item is a chimichanga.
Kevin,
with
did
a
you
tostada.
did you say that wrong on purpose, or do you not know how to pronounce Mexican food?
It's a chimichanga.
It's a chimichanga. Yeah. You gotta.
It's a chimichanga.
You need more. You need more Hispanic friends. Maybe you can call Pedro.
I'm one Hispanic friend. It's like
I got. Listen, Kevin. I got some Hispanic friends I can loan you if you need to know how to pronounce the jalapenos or anything. I can loan you a couple Spanish.
Oh, it is jalapeno.
Yeah, I can loan you a couple Spanish people if you need it.
Got a Grubhub order. That's terrible.
Simple Toaster would like to know if you keep any of your kids in cages.
Well, fun story about kids in cages. They've actually been around for about 12 years, 10 years. So, yes, they're older than my kids, so I don't have them.
Have you ever seen the horror movie, the People Under the Stairs, Kevin? It's a real scary movie.
I did have kids. I did have people under my stairs when I was younger. It led to a lot of nightmares, and I really don't want to talk about it.
Kevin, people under the stairs will scare your pants. They'll scare the pants off you. Show that if you never want your kids to sleep again, let them sneak into the room while you're watching them.
I tell my kids that if they get out of their bed, the evil monster under the bed is going to eat them.
Well, if you watch that movie, it's going to be a true story. If you watch that movie, your kids will never get out of bed again. Never, ever get out of bed. You know what's weird, Kevin? You know what's weird about jail? Here's a weird thing about jail. So there's a couple different kinds of places to stay in the county jail. You can stay in the dorm with all your friends, where there's just a whole bunch of cots in a room, right? A whole bunch of double bunks in a room, and so y'all get on those, and you're all together all the time, and you can guess what kind of little high school girl party that is.
Is that where they touch each other's penises?
I don't know what goes on there. I never spent time in the dorm. I was too dangerous to be put in the dorm situation there, Keever. You don't want to put a dangerous man and me in with like the babies. You end up with like a John Billings situation. Like, leave that baby alone. So they put me in with the killers, Kevin, in the solitary confinement because that's where I belong. And so, but the thing is, you talk to the guys in the, you think like solitary confinement's got to really suck balls, Kevin. You talk to the guys in the dorms, man, the dorms sound fucking worse. I'm telling you, they sound worse. And here's how bad they are. So listen to this. Not only do you got to be in this fucking room with all these crazy people with like no barriers in between you 24 hours a day, but they never fucking shut up. They never fucking stop snoring. They give you, I think, like 2 bathrooms for like 40 guys. So you can never go in the bathroom. And listen, Kevin, you're not allowed to go in the bathroom at 2 at a time because one of you might rape the other one or give the other one a reach around, and we can't have that happening. So it's one in the bathroom at a time, like 40 something guys. Kevin, it's a shit fest. It's a piss fest. It's a shit and piss fest. It's really bad. Yeah, it is. And now listen to this. So when you're in the solitary confinement, right, and somebody gets in a fight, or they don't have enough guards, or they got to lock you down because somebody's being bad, somebody's being a naughty kid, needs a chalky baba, you just go to your cell, right? So you get your personal space, you go to your cell, you take yourself a nap. Now, if you're in the dorms and somebody needs a chalky baba, you got to go just sit on your bed like a good child, and you're not allowed to get off your bed, which to me seems a whole lot fucking worse than being in my own cell. I'm like, don't put me in the dorm. I just want to be here with my friends, the killers. Just please don't put me in the dorm with all those kids, because I'll have to hurt them all. I'll have to just beat up 40 people in a room because they're all going to be so fucking annoying, Kevin. I just like, thank God for solitary confinement. I did thank him for every day. I'm like, never ever put me in a dorm anywhere with anyone. They need to stay off my lawn, stay off my bunk, stay out of my cell, and stay away from me. Most of all, that was my theory. But isn't that interesting, Kevin? That you'd like think solitary confinement sucks balls, which it does. It'll traumatize you for life. But man, I'd rather be there than the dorms.
Yeah.
The prison industrial complex is one of my favorite parts of America, Kevin.
It is pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's a good plan. It's right up there with
kind of like the war on drugs.
It's up there. It's up there. It's up there with the prison industrial complex. Right up there with the global gig economy. It's right up there with the global gig economy. One of the greatest scams in the history of man is enslaving us all in the prison industrial complex and making us think it's justice, being racist, being bigoted, being ethnocentric, putting up fake borders and imprisoning people for no reason, imprisoning children, calling people super predators, and then becoming a president later. It's all crazy shit, Kever. It's real crazy.
Oof, that's terrible.
You know that guy that's a president now made a speech on the floor about super predators, children that could never be rehabilitated because they were so fucking bad and black. Did you know that?
Yeah.
that Biden feller who I never voted for ever and never would. That guy gave a speech about how black kids can't be rehabilitated because they're just too far gone. They're called super predators, Keever.
Have you ever seen how many different faces he's had in the last couple of years? Like how different he looks in like just the last few years. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Like very interesting. Like they do very good makeup on him to make us believe that he's actually a real person. You know, he's kind of like our good friend Dad Dash.
Well, it doesn't.
Like,
But see, it doesn't matter because the prison-industrial complex is rolling. The military-industrial complex is rolling. The economy's crashing. We got no
2001
medical
Marines that went over.
care. We got no housing. We got tent cities. The whole thing's going to shit in a handbasket. And we put a guy in charge who is like so old that dirt is jealous of his longevity, and that he's the guy that gave the super predator speech like 100 years ago when I was alive. That was like one of the worst speeches, most racist speeches in the history of America. Now he's our president,
Oh,
which
you
is
know what?
which is fantastic. If you like,
You know my
if you
favorite
like
thing-
a good story, it's fantastic.
My favorite thing that he ever did was call Clarence Thomas the N-word during his remember that? Remember when he called Clarence Thomas the N-word?
Oh, I don't, but it's great. It's great. In fact, if this Biden feller were a life coach, I'd put him in the gig economy.
You think? Listen,
I'd give that guy.
I
I'd give
would-
him $49 just to have a beer with him, and then refuse his hug. Because that guy would sniff my hair. You know what he'd do to your hair, Kevin? You know how far that fucker
You pay
would
him
bury his nose
$49.99.
in your coiffed locks.
You pay him $49.99 and he sniffs you and your children.
Yeah,
And then he lets
Yeah.
him, and he lets you touch the hair on his legs.
yeah. I'm not letting anybody anywhere near me that's like that, Keever. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Jaded Driver's in the house. He's very jaded. We watched the Torp interview last night. We can't figure out what that character's doing. He's hilarious. We all love him. I think he hates you still, Jaded, but so does Pedro. I will not block you today, but I watched a playback of when I did accidentally block you, and you screaming about it and whining about it was just.
I remember him
almost-
whining like a little
Yeah,
baby.
it was almost. I almost want to block him again, but I'm afraid I'd screw it up and he'd be blocked forever, and I'd never be able to find him again, Kevin. So I'm not going to do it, but I sure would like to because he was real traumatized and it was funny.
Yeah, when people complain like that, it's you got to remember too. Just like Dad Dash said, everything is your fault. Is your fault.
Well, that's the theory of the global gig economy is that app slaves are the scapegoats, right? You can't get out of your role. You can't get out of your lane. We're in a lane. The only lane we're ever in is app slaves and scapegoats. Now, see, we could create our own game. We could just quit playing their shitty game at some point and stop being their slaves. That's what's going to happen, whether people want it to or not. They think it matters what my opinion is. It doesn't. It doesn't. Not to anybody. Nobody cares. My own fucking family doesn't really care what my opinion is. Sometimes my kids care just because I got some credibility in that department. But nobody cares about my opinion, Kevin. They should. I wish they did, but they don't. I'm just a dad. Nobody cares. But I'm a good predictor of shit, Keever, and I'm rarely wrong.
That looked like a 12-year-old driving that van. Oh, sorry, I almost got hit by a 12-year-old driving a van.
Are you in Utah? Did it look like John Billings?
It looked like John Billings with long curly hair, but it could have been a woman or girl. I don't know.
Well, so could John Billings.
That is true.
We've never done any. Look, in the NCAA's, when you're talking about sports, sometimes they want to check them genitals. I don't know, Keever. I mean, I ain't the genital checker. It's not my game, but if that's your game, if you're the genital checker,
I mean, on Friday nights when I was single, you could have called me the genital checker.
Well, you got a great hair game, Kevin. Look. I'm hoping that when I come to Hawaii, wherever you are, Ohio, the other one with the O,
Hawaii, same
with the
thing.
H. It's with the H. One of them's got an H. The other one's got. It's like Motivational Monday. They both got H's.
Yeah.
But when I come out there, I'm hoping you're gonna be my wingman, on the, because you got real good hair. I'm thinking if you and I went to one of them bars, I went to one of those bars in Ohio. Here's how you're gonna know I've been everywhere, Kevin. Literally fucking everywhere, because that's how fucking old I am. I'm like Lestat the vampire. I went to this fucking restaurant, in somewhere in Ohio, and, it had stars in the ceiling. It was like a starry, kind of like a octagon kind of shape restaurant. It had stars in the sky. You know what that weird restaurant is, Keever?
Well, Ohio is not just my city, so probably not.
Okay, all right, but you got a lot of weird shit over there. A lot of
Yeah.
pretty ladies, a lot of weird shit. But anyway, when I come visit, I think we need to go out and have ourselves some drinks. I think you'll be a real good wingman. Get Dad Dash some real nice dates in that Ohio place. You got some
Maybe.
good looking women. You got some good looking women around there, Keeper.
The problem, well, depends. Well, there's a lot of college, a lot in my area. It's all college students, all
Okay,
college students. So, and some of them might be teenagers. So you might have to bring Tommy for that.
gotcha. Oh, we got a good discussion from our friend Kick Rock. Slavery is a very poor choice of words, in my opinion. Who is the
Pedro.
authority forcing people to do gig work? Well, that's a real good question, Kick Rock. So there's a lot of different kinds of slavery. There's wage slavery. There's chattel slavery, where you sell human beings. There's app slavery, where you're enslaved to artificial intelligence without transparency or truth. There's prison slavery. So when you're in prison or jail, they can make you be a slave. There's lots of different kinds of slavery in the world. Chattel slavery is just one kind. Now, app slavery is a real important kind because they're enslaving people all over the world with it. So we have to have that name, or else we won't know it, because it's not chattel slavery. They're not sold into slavery. They're trapped in slavery, which is what poverty and gig apps do. Well, they bring you in, they suck you in, they bait you, and then they take you down the hole and they trap you into slavery. So that's why it's slavery, is because it's a trap, because it's a fraud. It's everything created to exploit human beings, nothing created to employ or help human beings. It's just a pure drain on humanity. It's created by evil people to do evil things. That's why it's app slavery. If it was legitimate, like Kevin and I were talking about, could there be technology that was transparent and truthful and didn't abuse workers and exploit workers and was legitimate, that employed independent contractors? Well, sure, there could be technology that does that, but it's not there yet. And BlackRock and DoorDash don't want to invest in technology that's fair to human beings. They want to exploit you. So the reason, Kick Rocks, and I'm really trying hard because I know this slavery is a real touchy word. Wage slavery is wage slavery, right? People are trapped in these jobs. They want to leave their job, but they can't because they got nowhere to go. They're going to be homeless. And so it's the same thing with app slavery, that people want to leave the app slave game, but they ruin their car. They're trapped in their home. They can't move. They're now in a tent. It's a trap. And that's why it's app slavery, Kick Rocks. So you may think it's a poor choice of words. It's designed to inflame the passions because that's what slavery should do. Corporatocracy equals fascism equals slavery. That's exactly right, Brian. We're talking the same language, right? You don't have the choices that you think you have, Kick Rocks. That's why it's slavery. You think you're free, but you're not free at all. None of us are free. You can't leave this country. I can't leave this country. You can't. You don't have unlimited opportunities. You have very limited opportunities that are absolutely controlled. You are boxed in, and you're playing with Cheetos while they got all the money supply. And we're playing with moldy Cheetos over here on our Monopoly game. We're not even at their table. We're not even in their game. You gotta know you're an app slave. And if it sounds awful, it's because it's awful. Don't be one. We got to stop being app slave. We can use apps, we can use technology without being app slaves, but not when it's called DoorDash or Uber or Lyft or any of these other gamblified, rigged, gamed applications. Does that make sense to you, Kick Rocks? In a W-2, your master is your supervisor, control your schedule. Not necessarily. There's a lot of kinds of W-2s, Kick Rocks. There's not one kind. You're talking about like a factory type of thing. Kick Rocks, there's as many types of W-2s as there is gigs. There is no universal one type of work. Everybody works for somebody. You got to serve somebody. Bob Dylan had a song like, you got to serve somebody. And then he had a whole bunch of backup singers. Serve somebody. You got to serve somebody. You got to serve somebody. You're going to serve somebody. If somebody's paying you, you're going to be serving them. So do you want to serve a rat bastard that's fleecing you and exploiting you? Or do you want to serve somebody, if you got to serve somebody, in maybe a fair deal? Which would be the idea of being an independent contractor, is that somehow you're going to serve somebody with integrity and independence and a fair deal, but you're not independent. You're not a contractor. You're not getting a fair deal. So you can't be independent. You can't do it. Yeah, true. And Kick Rock says you agree. So there you go. So there's lots of people, Kick Rocks, that don't like that term, and it's not designed for people to like. I made up the term so that people wouldn't like it. When I thought of it, I went like, "That's perfect. People are going to fucking hate that, right?" That's why it's good. It's good because you hate it. It's only good if you hate it. If you didn't fucking hate it, if it didn't piss you off, it'd be a terrible name. That's just like labor laundering. I created the name labor laundering. I created the word app colonization. I created the word decrapitation. I create a lot of different words because they all are real evocative of what they should mean, rather than this double speak that you get from this Tony Shu type of character who just tells you lies with a smiling face, but isn't even barely a real person. Kevin, are you peeing? I think we caught Kevin during a pee glitch. I don't know what that was. That was terrifying. That was terrifying. Yeah, we're slaves. We're slaves. We're trapped. We're trapped. But we don't have to stay trapped forever. I ain't saying we're going to choose to lose the game. I'm just saying we got to know what game we're playing, and we better wake up, because unless we wake up and refuse to be slaves, we're going to be slaves, right? The slave path is wrong. We're in the chute. We're in the chute. We're the cattle in the chute, ready to get the bolt to the head. If you don't want the bolt to the head, get out of the fucking chute, Kevin. If you don't want the bolt to the head, if you don't want to be beef on Matthew Arredondo's plate, then get out of the fucking chute. Don't stand in the line for app slaves. You hear what I'm telling you? This is real serious.
Yeah, and I do have an update. We 6+ dropped off.
Okay, what does 6+ mean, Kevin? Did we win or did we lose?
We got 16.6% again. We got $7.
Amazing, Kevin. How could that happen? That we gambled and twice in a row we won 16.6%. It is those customers, Kevin. It's like they're not even thinking about how much they're going to tip you. It's like it's just happening in the app automatically, and it's not even a real tip, Kevin. That's what it seems like to me. And it seems like this gamification isn't real at all. It's just a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, it's pretty. Did you see FDA was in chat? Did you miss that?
Of course, Kick Rock's my pleasure. FDA, who was in the chat?
Dashing Trader.
Dashing Trader. No.
Scroll up.
I might have blocked Dashing Trader for being a dickbag. It's possible. He should come in as Professor Wetleg or something. Professor Blackleg. I don't think I blocked that guy. Dashing Trader, I might have blocked you because you're a dickbag sometimes. But if you want to come on the show, Dashing Trader, I'd love to see you. Dickbag or not, we'd love to talk to you. Yeah, sucking the hind tit. Brian reminds us that we all suck in the hind tit. That's how it works here in the global gig economy. The hind tit's all ours. Hind tit's all ours. Don't get out of that chute. Get out of the hind tit chute. You're gonna get a bolt to the head. The good news it won't hurt, Kevin. The good news is it won't hurt very long. That's the good news. Bad news is that you're now what's for dinner. You're now beef, which is what's for dinner. The good news is it didn't hurt for very much.
Man, now I want Wendy's.
Yeah.
Is that a Wendy's? That was a Wendy's commercial, right?
I have no idea. But the founder of Wendy's, Dave, whatever, he's a big funder of Duke University's Fuqua School of Business. So you go to the Fuqua School of Business, student area. You got your picture of big old Wendy Dave up there. Gave lots of money to the school. Thanks, Dave.
Did you get free Wendy's while you were there, or at least discounted Wendy's?
No, but we got real good food, man. We ate like fucking kings, man. You gotta be real careful if you go to Duke for your MBA. You're gonna gain weight, Kevin. You're gonna come out of there fat. You're gonna come out of there fat and out of shape, but you'll drink a lot and you'll have a lot of fun.
That sounds exciting.
It was a lot of fun. It was real exciting. Dave Thomas, thank you. Yes, Dave Thomas, thank you, Jaded Driver. Dave Thomas is one of the. In fact, Kevin, here's a breaking news segment. Thanks to the Jaded Driver. It's actually called the Thomas Center there on the Duke University campus. It's called the Thomas Center after Wendy himself, after Wendy's dad himself, Dave Thomas. Thank you, Jaded Driver. You are quite if I was going to give a wrench to anybody to stick up their ass, Jaded Driver, I would give a wrench to you to cram right up your ass. But I don't hand out wrenches, so you're lucky.
He is jaded. But yeah, so Dashing Trader did say that you sounded like Mermaid Man from SpongeBob.
Excited like a what?
Mermaid Man from SpongeBob.
Like you mean Tom Hanks in the movie Mermaid with the pretty blonde lady that was the mermaid, or some other kind of mermaid man?
No, mermaid. You ever watch SpongeBob when your kids were younger?
Yeah, a little bit. I had a frog once named Patrick. I had a frog once named Patrick after the SpongeBob character Patrick.
Makes sense.
So
Well, he said you sounded like-
the dashing trader says I'm an undersea character.
He says you are a superhero named Mermaid Man. This particular character, if my memory serves me correctly, kind of had dementia. So he
Okay, so I'm gonna put up a link in the chat if Professor Wetleg Dashing Trader wants to come up. Love to see him. Love to talk to him. Professor Wetleg, there's a link in the chat. I think even if I somehow inadvertently block you, you'll be able to click that chat. You're welcome to do so. Love to see you. It'd be a wonderful thing for the community to get to know you like you know us. And see what the people say. Go Blue U of M. I had a boss. One of my bosses in the corporate world there was a U of M guy, and he was real snooty about it.
Are those the ones that just got caught cheating?
Yeah, they always cheat. They cheat to win. That's their football coach is a real cheater. Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, he's a cheater.
Yeah, I'm in Columbus, and I don't really like follow
college football. Oh, sweet.
Dashing
Trader. Wait, Dashing Trader's in here. I didn't block you. I can see you, Dashing Trader. I can see you. You want to come up, Dashing Trader? Dashing Trader said, Murder Man is a hero who fell into dementia and no longer can do up. So Dashing Trader thinks I'm a hero. I haven't, and at some point, Kevin, I'm going to fall into dementia, which is exciting. I hope it comes. I hope it coincides with getting whacked off. Quite frankly,
we can only hope.
Yeah, Dashing Trader, you going to come up and make our day? Come on up, man. Let's have some fun. Let's talk. Tell the people what it's like to be the Dashing Trader. Tell the people how you manage so many accounts, what the deal is, how you make money. What's the Dashing Trader? Oh my God, this is great. DoorDash Sheriff. Oh no, this is Brian. You're not the Dashing Trader, Brian. You're only Brian. But hi, Brian. DoorDash Sheriff. Hi, DoorDash Sheriff, Brian. Can you hear us, Brian? Well, we can't hear you yet, but we'll just keep talking. So Kiefer went off the camera for a minute. That's fine. We'll do that. We just muted you for a second, Kiefer, but it's okay. We'd love to see that Dashing Trader. If you want to come up here, looks like we got DoorDash Sheriff Brian. Maybe he's getting things started. Have a Coke and a smile, Dashing Trader. Have a Coke and a smile. You're not the Dashing Trader. You're only Brian. Wait a minute. You're not the Dashing Trader. You're only Brian. Okay, now I'm confused. Dashing Trader's pulling a so shop on me here. He's 9D chessing me like that Torp. Dashing Trader, you're no Torp. You can't 9D chess me, my friend. You want to come up to your Gnashing Trader? Let that Gnashing Trader. That'd be a badass name, Kiever. If I was gonna start a band, like a punk band, I'd call it Gnashing Trader, and then I'd have a cartoon of Dashing Trader. It's like my badass band symbol. And I call it Gnashing Trader. With a G, like
with
a Gnashing Trader with a G. Yeah, no, not with an N, with a G. Yeah, it's like a Gnashing Trader. Gnashing Trader. That's right. Have some Coke and a smile, Kevin. Pedro needs more Coke is the new Scarface. Bro, just have a Coke and a soda and smile away because it's Saturday, bro. That's right. Pedro's taking things a little hard. Pedro needs some Pedro time. Pedro needs some me time. We all need some me time. We all need to work on our consciousness, maybe some meditation, focus on our breathing, take some time with our family, drink less, do less drugs, whatever it takes to just kind of chill ourselves out a little bit. Kevin, are you performing the duties right now of a professional delivery driver?
No, I'm actually going to take a pee glitch, and I'm going to mute and.
Okay, we're gonna take you off the screen while you're peeing, Kevin. We'll save that for the platinum plan on Halloween. I don't know if we can hear Brian. I do see Brian, the Ghostface Killer, up there. Ghostface Killer Brian is up in the chat. We don't know if we can't hear him yet, but we're gonna wait. I'm gonna take him down there and see what else we can do. We got Dashing Trader, our friend here, Professor Blackleg. We're hoping he comes up. We're hoping he talks to us. We're hoping he shares the wisdom. We're hoping he shares the greatness. Dashing Trader, we saw you in the Business Insider. I'd love to know about that Business Insider article. What type of interview they did with you, what type of interview process it was, how they got a hold of you, who the reporter was, the whole thing. It's great to see one of our most successful gig economy pillars in the Business Insider, and we'd just love to know all about it. Dashing Trader, we're right here. We're hoping you come up and join us. It's 11:24 Pacific time, Kevin, and it's a Saturday. It's everything that a Saturday needs to be. This is Dad Dash's flexible Saturday morning quarterback family pregame tailhook is what this is. It is the Dad Dash's flexible Saturday morning quarterback family pregame tailhook, and we've got a particularly wonderful thumbnail today uh, in honor of both the tailhook scandal and of the flexibility that we love in the global gig economy. This is what the great thumbnail looks like for those of you watching who can't go check the thumbnail right now. This is what it looks like. We're going to make that bigger. We're going to make Kevin and me smaller. There we go. Look at that, Kevin. Look at that. And then you got the other, like you got this one yesterday. Look at that thumbnail that I got going. Professor Dashing Trader's got to like that one. You see the artistic skill that comes with the level of education that I'm packing around, Keever?
Am I muted or no?
No, you're not muted.
I just want to let you know I am right now. I lied to Varte, and I want to admit that. I told him I might not get any food today, but I am in the deli looking for food. So,
Kevin, would you like us to take another poll on what you're going to eat?
no.
Okay, you don't want to put it up to a people's vote this time.
No, because I'm at Meyer.
Yeah, for some reason Brian coming in didn't work, but we'll get past that. I was sent to a crave case for the football game for hubby and sons. No damn tip bastards. Okay, that sucks, Mary Poppins. I would suggest we just like an early Halloween trick or treat. Maybe go to the store and get a whole bunch of eggs, some shaving cream, and then be creative. That's of course do this all of it on a Christian Minecraft server, as Thomas Schubeck always reminds us. Only in a virtual world would you ever want to trick or treat anybody. Pedro reminds us. Pedro's popping in to remind us, Kevin, that he 99.9% of the time just wants you to fuck me, feed me, pay me, or you get you busted groceries. That's your final warning. Thank you, Pedro. I love the picture in that, and I appreciate that you stole it from me without giving me credit. Yeah, Mary's going to egg her own house. That would really show her. Mary's going to do that. She's going to the store. She's going to egg and shaving cream her own house. It'll be fun. It's very cathartic when you do that. Dashing Trader, Professor Blackleg has not come up into our chat. I've got limited time before the football game. I'm feeling disappointed, Kevin, like maybe our guest isn't going to show up, even though I have invited him so many times, so nicely. He's always welcome. If he can't make it today because he's on family time, we understand. Professor Blackleg, Dashing Trader, you're always welcome on the show.
I'm hungry. I don't know what to eat.
Pedro said, "I'm glad one of my two black friends are here. Why won't they come up? I don't know, but I am glad also for you, Pedro. You've got the support of Dashing Trader, and you've got the support of Hannibal. You got your air cover, my friend. You've got at least two black friends, Pedro. You're killing it." Oh, Dashing Trader, cool. I appreciate the invite. Can't make it, and I also don't like you. See, that's the Dashing Trader that I know. See, that's Dashing Trader. My compliments, because that's exactly the answer I would give as well. I would say I appreciate the invite. I can't make it right now, and I also don't like you at all. That's exactly what I would say. Thank you, Dashing Trader. I appreciate that. In fact, we're going to pin that comment because it's true, and all we really want is transparency. It's okay not to like each other. Dashing Trader doesn't have to like me. I don't wish him any bad will. I think he's funny. I think he's funny. I like the rivalry. I think he's got a sense of humor. I've never seen Dashing Trader threaten to beat up anybody on a nature trail. I feel like I can go out on every nature trail, and I'm never going to fear Dashing Trader just coming up and going, "Hey, I'm Dashing Trader. You will not talk about me." And so then, like, it'd be like a Dashing Trader JTB throwdown, which would be ridiculous. Say, but man, I love this guy. That's what a man does, Kevin. That's a real man. That's a real man right there. And I'm not even kidding. That's like a real man answer. It's like, I appreciate the invite. Can't make it right now. I'm busy. And I also don't like you. There's nothing wrong with that answer, Kevin. Not a damn thing wrong with that answer. It's clever. It's funny. And I like it. See, that's why I like this guy. People think I don't like people. And I'm actually a big fan because they're not full of shit. I've said it before. I've showed his videos. I said, at least this guy's not full of shit. He's telling you, man, this is a game and I beat the shit out of this game. That's what Dashing Trader says. And he ain't lying. The funny thing is other people have told me lies about the Dashing Trader, and I don't believe them because I've never seen any evidence that he's a bad guy. I just see him out doing his thing. But I've had lots of people, including that Asking for Sluts character, tell me some pretty bad lies about that Dashing Trader. He's a squirrely character, that Asking. If I was the Dashing Trader, I'd be careful of that Asking character. See, he's going around saying some real nasty stuff about that Dashing Trader. Real nasty, like real illegal nasty stuff, Keever.
What did he say? I can't remember.
He told me Dashing Trader was a pimp that managed sex workers. That's what Asking for Sluts told me, and I'm not joking, Dashing Trader. That's what that man said. That guy's going around telling these people things. I swear to God, true fact, Dashing Trader. I'd watch out for that Asking for Sluts character. He's a bad man. He's a lying piece of shit.
Well, and here's the thing. I could see where he is a pimp in this aspect. He keeps his pimp hand strong against the apps.
Yeah, but that's not what old Stevie Askin V1 was saying. That's not what old Stevie Askin V1. I clarified. I'm like, you mean with prostitutes and sex workers? He said, yeah. And I'm like, I don't know about that, man. That doesn't sound, I don't understand how that works, but whatever, Steve. Steve's just a nasty character. He's out, and who knows? Like, that guy might have wanted me to spread false rumors about Dashing Trader. I have no idea what his motivations were. But man, if there was some character, Dashing Trader, Professor Blackleg, if I was you, I would watch my ass around that Steve Askin character. He's telling lies about you, brother. See, now here, Dashing Trader's in here. Dashing Trader's hearing me, which I'm glad, because I want to protect the community from this lying piece of shit asking for slutty catfish. This guy's running around telling some real whoppers there, Dashing Trader. He's trying to get to you. We don't know why. Why does Steve Askin for Sluts 13 tell lies about Dashing Trader? We don't know. We just know that he does, Kevin.
Well, and like I said, maybe he's just projecting, because I have heard that people in the gambling industry have been known to traffic in the area of prostitution. So
wow, you're saying so like Asking for Sluts could have more than just a rigged gambling channel where he's making profits off the gambling content, like he told me in his text how you do with a scam, but he might also, you're saying that you think that the real Asking for Sluts catfish character could be involved in the sex work industry?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that. I have heard many other people say that. Many fine people. And
well, we don't know, Kevin. I mean, here's the fact. We just don't know who this character is. We know who I am because I've been around for 55 years and I'm a public guy. You can research virtually every year of my life. You can research me and
yeah.
No, it didn't come from me. It came from Steve Asking for Sluts, Dashing Trader. I wouldn't make this shit up. This is some serious shit. I would never make up anything like that, Dashing Trader. I would never make up the fact that somebody out there like you, who's a public figure, is doing felonies as a pimp. That would be a real nasty thing to do. But that's what Steve Askin's running around saying about you, Dashing Trader, just so you know. He's saying it on the phone to me. He said it multiple times, just so you know. Yeah, what do I need to change it to, Dashing Rick? Do I need to be nicer? My parents tell me I need to be nicer too. I did not make it up. Yeah, I told Brian that too. I told Brian that. I've told my friends in confidence. I didn't make that shit up. Askin told me that. Swear to God.
Well, and there was no need to really put it out there until he started.
Yeah, why would I make that up? But see, here's the thing, Kevin. Because I'm not a shitty operative and a lying piece of shit, I didn't take his unfact-checked information and leak it to the community. I'm outing him as a fraud, not telling you that what he said was true. I'm outing him as a fraud. that asking for sluts character, that Steve Askin, right?
Yeah.
Because what he wants to pretend, he's running around playing people against each other, telling lies to me, telling lies to the other side, telling lies to Pedro. Oh, he hates the Pedro, man. This guy slammed Pedro up one side, down the other. He hates everybody. He hates the Dashing Trader, talking about Dashing Trader being a pimp. This asking for sluts character is just an agent of chaos. It's wild, Kevin.
Well, he hates the other asking for slut characters as well.
Yeah, he hates the Hyderabad, the India troll farm, bot farm versions.
That's what I've heard.
Well, yeah, but Dashing Trader, see, I'm a credible source. I'm a reporter. I'm a well-known person. I'm a civil rights worker. Everything I've done is trackable and verifiable. And so Dashing Trader, whether you want to or not, you can believe me because I'm telling you the truth. I'm not Dashing Trader. See, I'm defending you, buddy. I'm not accusing you. Do you understand that? Do you understand that I did not tell anybody this? I don't believe it's true. I'm not accusing you of it. What I'm saying is there's a bad actor lying about you, Dashing Trader. I want you to make sure you understand what I'm telling you, son, my friend, Dashing Trader. There's a person out there lying about you, that you're a felon, that you're a criminal, that you're doing criminal activity. If I were you, I'd want to know that, Dashing Trader. I would. I'd want to know that. And I'm just doing you the service as part of the community because I'm about transparency and truth. And so if somebody's telling lies about you, Dashing Trader, one of the best ways to get to the truth is to expose that person as a liar, tell you the truth, then you can deal with him. I don't care. He's not telling lies. I mean, he tells lies about me, but he's not telling people I'm a pimp. He's telling people that about you. So I don't have to worry about it. I'm just giving you the heads up. What you do with it's up to you. What you do with it is completely up to you, Dashing Trader.
Breaking news, I did get a $13.75 plus at McDonald's for 5.5, so I will keep the community updated once I drop it off.
Do you think you'll exceed or fall short of the 16.6%, Keever?
Well, let's see. So 13.75 plus 16.6%. That would be $16.05. I don't know. I think we're going to fall short this time. This might be an instance where the algorithm and the AI might fail us. I'm thinking $15. Thinking $1.25.
Okay, you think you're going to get up to $1.25, and what percent would that be, Kevin? That's much less than 16%.
It's $1 less, so whatever that is.
Well, that's real bad. Then you're going to go from like 16% down to like 12% or something.
Let's see. Let's take a look. So what is 13.75?
Here's something funny. Hey Keever, listen to this. I'm telling Dashing Trader the truth, and he doesn't want to believe me. That is representative of the gig economy. If there's nothing representative of the gig economy, it's somebody not believing the truth and choosing to believe lies. Congratulations, Dashing Trader. You believe a liar. That's fine. You should go hang out with Steve Askin and help him build up his Asking for Sluts channel, Dashing Trader. He's a good friend of yours. He has your back. I won't mention anymore. I just wanted you to know, sir. Oh, good. He doesn't like asking for sluts either. Well, at least you got good judgment there, so we're all good. I just wanted you to know he's lying about you, brother. That's all I wanted you to know. That's all I wanted you to know. It's all good.
I think the funny thing is,
I don't know. I agree. Dashing Trader says when you have 10,000 subscribers, you could care less what people make up. Yeah, although I'm just going to be honest. I would get crusty if people were accusing me of felonies, including sex workers. I'd get crusty about that, Dashing Trader. But that's just me. If it's all just rolls off your back, then you're. I mean, look, you've been in this game for a long time. You've had a lot of trolls. If it doesn't matter to you, it doesn't matter to you. I'm just telling you the truth, man. It's all good.
I think the funny thing is, I think a lot of people don't realize is on both sides, we think a lot more alike than most people think. And if people could just put their hatred aside, then, the strong dislike, because the hatred only seems to come from one side.
Yeah.
If we could just put our dislike for each other aside and kind of and this is a lesson for the entire really society that we're in right now. If we could put our differences aside, if we could put our differences aside and agree on a core statement of facts, the middle ground, we'll say, If we can agree on the middle ground, then we can. The other stuff doesn't need to matter. But if we can actually agree on some things, like you and him just agreed on Dad Dash, then we don't have to like or love each other. We just
Right.
need to agree on the core comment. Like,
And so here's the thing. I think that's true, but we got to add one more element. So this is where facts come in rather than opinions. We're never going to agree upon opinions, so we got to go to the facts and transparency and the truth. So this is where it falls apart. As long as we're both playing games and lost in illusions, we're never going to agree on anything. We're only going to agree when we agree on the facts, which is like, there's gravity. Yeah, there is. The earth is round. Yep, it is. We drive cars for work. We do. We have these things in common. So we need to agree on the basic facts of what we're doing, the basic economics of it. We're playing a rigged AI game. Yep, we are. Okay, so now when we get all those things on the table, we can start coming to reality. If the game we're playing is you glitched, no, I didn't, there's no solution to that ever, Kevin. It's going to take us nowhere. It's going to take us nowhere because people did glitch and people didn't glitch, and it doesn't matter,
yeah.
right? All we need to know is it's a rigged game, and a rigged game that's gamblified, a game that's exploiting us and that we can't win. That's what we need to know.
Mm-hmm.
That's the material information that we need to know is we're playing a rigged, gamified game that's fleecing us. And so when we know that, now we've got a base of facts and we can build a relationship. But as long as we think that it's blue team versus red team, or good guys versus bad guys, or our side of the aisle against their side of the aisle, there's no commonality. There's nothing. There's nothing
BA7.
that we share in common.
BA7.
And that's
Thank you.
what this work and this podcast are about, Kevin. And that's what I believe Glitch Dash's work and Brian's work and Robert Reese's work and a number of other people's work. I believe what that's about is finding those commonalities where we now can start to have a dialogue, even if it's just about the fact that Steve Atkins's a lying piece of shit catfish and that Dash and Trader don't like him and he don't like me. That works. That's dialogue, man. That's all just true. That's all true. I'm not a super big fan of the Dashing Trader either, but I don't got nothing against him. Right? I'm not sure that his methodology is the kind that I think would help everybody, but he ain't never done nothing to me. He don't have to like me. He's got a very different methodology, and he's here. Look, the Dashing Trader is a real deal. He knows how to hustle and make money. He's been doing it for a long time. Not a damn thing wrong with that. The guy's playing the game and winning. If the guy thinks that I'm criticizing him, he's completely wrong. I have not suggested that. What I'm suggesting is that I'd like everybody to win more equally, and that the old days of some people hustling real hard and being good at the game and the rest of us sucking hind tit, it's just a bad recipe for these days in 2023 because it's all gone so bad now. Most of us are starving and failing, and there's not even a good quantity of winners anymore. Right now, you got people like the Pedro whining and bitching, melting down. You got the lounge not making any money. You got everybody's not making any money. So we all agree. One thing we can agree on right now is this market's dog shit, Kevin.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's just it's DoorDash constantly promoting, $25+ an hour when, it's like, are there some people making it? Yes. But they're not saying, they put in, up to 25.
Yeah. Well, in the I looked at the link, the hyperlink in the rideshare guys YouTube chats and the Harry Campbell and the rideshare guy. If you click on their link, it says $20 to $25 an hour.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that's true.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. It is true in some markets, in some zones, but not everyone knows that. And it's like like you said, like there's no real training. They go to
no, there's the
gig
opposite
tubers.
of training. There's a fucked up system
Yeah.
that doesn't work that they're going to throw you into so you fail. It's the opposite of training,
Yeah.
Kevin. We got to be clear.
Yeah. Well, and for me, like I've just the type of person I am. I've always been the one to do research on anything I've done. But if you're someone who doesn't do research and you see something that says $20 to $25 an hour, and you've only done jobs before, then you're going to go into it thinking like, oh, I'm going to make $20 to $25 an hour. And it's not like that. You need to, there needs to be something more, whether it's DoorDash or whether it's everyone that's on the YouTubes saying, what is free speech? Come on. Copyright strike for you today, DoorDash sucks. So we got another.
No, I think
free speech violation.
no, that's Dashing Trader humor trolling, and I answered that beautiful trolling and funniness by saying uh, in the in the parlance of John Billings, please stop, Dashing Trader, leave Brian alone, don't hurt that Brian, don't hurt that baby, Dashing Trader, please stop. I'm trying to, Dashing Trader, have you seen how pretty that little feller in Utah is? That John Billings, a little pretty blonde feller. Please stop, please stop. So what do we got here? We got so Dashing Trader, what's the real money for the poverty pimp? Okay. So yeah, when you're making money off people in poverty, people can call you poverty pimp. If there's ways, like I guess if you're fleecing people in poverty, you are a poverty pimp. If that's something you're doing, it's all good. I'm gonna put some on you soon. How's that? And I have 10 other channels all fired up to trill you. Excellent, excellent. So it looks like game on, game on. Dashing Trader. Raging Wagey, Baby Daddy number 4, Raging Wagey, aka Baby Daddy number 4 says free speech. You far right extremities are at it again. I see. Yeah. We're just pushing the boundaries. Raging Wagey. We got ourselves a unicorn gangbang, and we're getting down today on the Pern Slub. Now we have 2 hilarious trolls, Trader and Pedro. Wonder if they're the same. Now that's the real Dashing Trader, though. That ain't the real. Well, it might be the real Pedro. We don't know. It could be the real Pedro, just so out of control that he's now just lost himself in the OCD anal perfectionist, which is Pedro called himself. If anybody doesn't know, I'm not making those things up. I don't like to make up things like that. I like to make up other things. Pedro said he's an OCD anal perfectionist, which is a lot of weight to carry around on your back, Keever. Can you imagine waking up in the morning and being an OCD anal perfectionist? How would you get through your day?
Well, I don't know. Actually, never. I don't know. It's a hard question.
It is. Dashing Trader, they're saying, yep, the Glitch Dash family may be they may be on a Caribbean cruise. I know that they're getting a lot of sun, keeping those strawberry blonde curlies fresh and ready for the holiday sale, the holiday pube sale, pube tube coming to the holidays near you.
YouTube.
Whose pubes do you have in your closet? The jaded driver, when pimps are in poverty, we're all screwed. That is true. Got to keep our pimps in business. You got to tip your local pimp. Make sure your local pimp's eating well, doing well. Just keep those hoes on the corner. Keep those pimps' hands strong. And if you need to practice, go play yourself some Grand Theft Auto on the video game box, and you'll just be having a good time. Thank you, Raging Wagey. Lots of new subs, Dashing Traders in here. I'm getting real popular. I'm a star now in the global gig economy. Me and the Dashing Traders hanging out together. We're going to do a con glitch somewhere in the Southwest. Me and Dashing Trader, we're going to have a party. We'll be sharing glitches. We'll be sharing con glitches. We'll have some real hot women around. All of them amateur, all of them, none of them professional, all of them amateur, in the amateur game, ready to meet you. Lots of different countries. We're going to try and bring in some of the best from Mexico. We're going to try and bring in some of the best from Canada, Kevin. It's going to be an exciting con glitch.
Well, so they usually don't bring their best, so if we're able to bring the best, then I'll be happy.
Yeah. Well, I'm a top fucker, Kevin. I really refuse to compromise. I refuse to go pro. I'm staying amateur. I'm staying in the amateur game. I've stayed amateur this long. At 55, I just don't see going pro, Kevin.
Well, Mary's got a good point there. You know, start. Well, so if you could have
is she talking about my potential to be a pimp?
Yeah. What would your potential monthly subscription be for? If you could charge $49.99, what would you charge for?
Well, Kevin, I'm an extremely strong business planner. I'm just going to tell you that. I pre-plan and I plan. First I pre-plan, then I start planning. So I pre-plan, then I plan, and then I execute the plan. It's real sophisticated. I learned it in business school.
Are you fucking crazy?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes, but it's because I have to pee. I get urgent when I have to pee. I think the new JTB Kevin comedy tour is bumping those subs. These guys got some great. Yeah, we do. We got a thing going. It's mostly Kevin's hair. It's a little bit of comedy, some music, some cavalcade, some eyeglasses, often eating on camera in terrible fashions, smacking our lips, opening up our mouth, showing our tongues. It's all kinds of stuff. But here's the important part that we need to get to. It's 11:49 Pacific time. I got a football game to watch in like 41 minutes. It's time to sing the goodbye song. It's time to say goodbye to Kevin. Kevin, while I'm pulling up the song for Dashing Trader and the rest of our fans, what would you like to say to the people while I'm getting ready for the goodbye song, Keeper?
I think let's just all get along and let's try Shipped. If you've not tried it already, I'll push it again.
Okay.
Try Shipped. And I think I actually am going to try that dumpling, and I'm going to report back to see if it actually is a legitimate business opportunity or if we're also getting scammed by, getting crappy offers.
Okay, and so on that note, Kevin, not only should I point out that that you just mentioned Chip here, but if somebody wants to know more about Chip, there's some real good information Kevin was talking about in this live this morning. And then if you scroll back earlier in this 4-hour, 6-minute, and 35-second broadcast, YouTube, YouTube broadcast, you're going to see Kevin talking about Shipped as well. There's some real good information there. We talk about cash flow. We talk about real independent contracting. We kind of compare and contrast, if you will. I know I'm using crazy terms with you there, Keever. Compare and contrast it with the fake independent contractor design of DoorDash or Uber or Lyft or Grubhub or Uber Eats or any of that god-awful bullshit. So, Kevin, you did a really great job on that. Thank you for being my punching bag. You're the best punching bag. 69 out of 69 hair. Drive safe. Give kisses to that family. What else?
I will be.
What else?
I will be going live for another probably hour and a half. I'll since you'll be gone, I'll be giving the people what they want,
I'm
what
leaving.
they need.
You may never see me again if I get whacked off, Keever. So wish me the best of luck with the football. Wish me the best of luck to not get whacked off. I will be watching and trolling you, much like the Dashing Trader. Keep that pimp hand strong, Kevin. Thanks for being on the show today. It's been a wonderful show. Thanks, Kevin. Drive safe in that Ohio. We'll see you on the YouTubes.
All right, bye.
Bye. Well, everybody, this is Professor Blackleg, Dashing Trader's favorite show on YouTube. It's an absolute fact. He was here today with us. He loves us. He cares about us. He hates me, but he likes you. That's just fine. He doesn't have to like me, but he can hate you. And he does like me, but he hates me and doesn't like you. Thank you, Dashing Trader, for being a guest. We enjoyed having you here, and I do appreciate your dislike for me. All the best people dislike me. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor? You have a great day, neighbors. Enjoy yourself some football. Enjoy yourself some family. Get outside, breathe some fresh air. Think about breathing. Think about sucking in that fresh air and enjoying yourself and enjoying life. Be good to each other. Real nice to each other. Spread peace, not war. Don't hurt anybody. Be nice to people. Share. Be a community. Just be equals. You don't need to be on top of anybody else. You don't have to climb over anybody's to get to the top. We can just all live in peace. You have your